Good morning, all. I welcome you all for the third day of this amazing conference, Consciousness, Exploring Consciousness from Non-Duality to Non-Locality. So, I take pleasure in inviting Senior Professor Dr. Indra Devi and Professor Father Matthew on stage. They would be chairing this session. The session name is Approaches to Consciousness. As many speakers of yesterday and day before debate has pointed out, consciousness remains the final frontier, not just in life sciences, but for the whole of science, philosophy, and spirituality. But how would we deal with this mystery of consciousness? Should we take a reductionist approach and search for neural correlates, which we are very well doing? It would give us an empirical evidence for that. Or should we take a philosophical approach of building better theoretical models, which we may not be able to test empirically, but are sound logically? Or should we indulge in spiritual practices personally to know it as a personal journey, not as a third-person perspective? Or does the increasingly desired approach of quantum mechanics, mathematics, give us any better promise of offering light into this mystery? The best way is to tackle from all directions until we are not sure which would help us the most. So let's have a look at the different approaches of consciousness research is being done. So we have Senior Professor Dr. Indra Devi and Professor Father Matthew on stage. They would be chairing this session. Professor Indra Devi is the current Dean of Faculty of Neurosciences and former professor and former head of the Department of Neurosurgery, NIMHANS. She joined NIMHANS in 1993 as assistant professor and has slowly and steadily worked her way forward, reaching the higher ranks of academics at NIMHANS. Foraying into macho neurosurgery specialty was no mean task. It raised many eyebrows. Can a girl endure the hardships and become a successful practicing neurosurgeon? This was the doubt in many minds, but with sheer great tenacity and perseverance, she proved the critics wrong. A surgeon par excellence, her chief clinical and research interests include traumatic brain injury, neuro-oncology, vascular craniovertebral junction disorders, and peripheral nerve surgery. She developed the peripheral nerve subspecialty at NIMHANS. Her understanding and management of peripheral nerve and plexus injuries have earned accolades in national and international arenas. She is featured as International Woman Leader of Neurosurgery by Journal of Neurosurgical Her accomplishments include being the President-elect of Indian Society of Peripheral Nerve Surgery, an editorial board member of Neurology India, a co-chair of World Federation of Neurosurgical Societies. She is an erudite scholar and teacher par excellence. She has authored more than 280 peer-reviewed articles and many book chapters. She is frequently invited to speak nationally and internationally. More than 120 residents have been trained under her. She is compassionate and sensitive to her patients, and she can go a long way in helping them logistically and financially. We welcome you, ma'am. We have Professor Father Matthew. He's a scientist, philosopher, and theologian. He earned PhD in Philosophy of Science from University of Leuven in Belgium. He was former Professor of Philosophy of Science at Dharmaram Vidya Kshetram and Christ University, both in Bangalore. He currently works for science, technology, and social transformation in engineering universities across India for developing quantum mechanics and quantum technologies. He is author of several books including Philosophy of Quantum Mechanics and Ascent to Truth, The Physics, Philosophy and Religion of Galileo Galilei. In July 2000, he won the Science and Religion Course Award from the Center of Theology and Natural Sciences in Berkeley for his contribution, Search for Unity and Interconnectedness, Meeting Point Between Science and Religion. We welcome you, sir. I request Professor Indra Devi to introduce Professor Dean Radin as a first speaker.
I invite Professor Dean Radin to deliver the first lecture by virtual means. He is Chief Scientist at the Institute of Nautic Sciences and Associated Distinguished Professor at the California Institute of Integral Studies. His research interests include parapsychology and consciousness. He has many talks, interviews worldwide. He is author and co-author of 300 and more scientific and popular articles. He has received honorary DSc from Swami Vivekananda University in Bangalore. I invite him for the first virtual talk.
I request all the speakers, Professor Harold Atmanswacha, Cecil Roy, and Alex Hangee to come on the stage, please. Before the speech. We would be connecting to Professor Dean Radin virtually now.
Okay. I'm ready to go as soon as you tell me I'm. Oh, there we go. Okay, so let me switch over to my presentation. I just want to check that you can hear me. I know I can be heard online.
Yes,
sure
we can hear you.
Great. Okay,
Please.
Thank you. So I'm speaking to you from the state of Idaho in the United States, which is near the Rocky Mountains. And my talk is on, is there a collective consciousness? We're all aware that Queen of England died shortly before. And when she did that, it was noticed that there was a double rainbow above Buckingham Palace in London. And when she actually passed away, there was another rainbow above Windsor Castle as the flag was being lowered. And so this is the kind of event that is useful for studying collective consciousness because, of course, in this case, there were many millions of people who were deeply engaged in watching what was happening here and in the grieving process. So the question then arises is a double rainbow, one in London and one in Windsor, is this a coincidence or is it perhaps a clue about the nature of collective consciousness? As Yoda told us from Star Wars, that perhaps we can sense a disturbance in the force. So what is collective consciousness? Well, it's sometimes also called the Neurosphere. Probably best known promoter of that was Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. And the idea is that there is a geosphere, the physical side of the universe. There's a biosphere, which is the living side. And then there's the noosphere, which is all about the mind of the world. And so this nice picture here comes from this website, humanenergy.io. So there are two ways of thinking about this. The first theory is that you're nothing but a pack of neurons. This, of course, is from Francis Crick. And that you're a machine made of meat, which is from Marvin Minsky. This is the dogma within the neurosciences today, and it is reductive materialism as the philosophy. It's the scientific worldview. From this perspective, since there's only matter and perhaps energy, well, then not only is there no collective consciousness, there may not even be any consciousness either. So from this theory, the dominant theory within science today, well, no, there is nothing like a collective consciousness. There might be collective behavior, but not literally a consciousness in the sense that the world is aware in some way. So the second theory is the complete opposite. This is consciousness is fundamental. From a philosophical perspective, this is idealism, in which case, of course, there's collective consciousness because that's all there is. So there are three types of empirical evidence for the Neurosphere or for collective consciousness. The first are studies, about 4 dozen studies conducted since the 1970s or so by the Transcendental Meditation people, and they call it the Maharishi effect. The second is a more objective study called the Global Consciousness Project versions 1 and 2, which is about to begin. And then a third one, which is research I'm currently engaged in, which is about global sentiment, a measure of happiness, essentially, based on tweets from Twitter around the world. So from the Maharishi University of Management, which is the headquarters of the TM movement, they asked the question, do coherent minds influence the world at large? So here are the 2 meditation domes at their setting in Iowa. And that's what one of them looks like from the inside. So they have people meditating here every day in these domes. One is for men, one is for women. And here's just one of many, many studies that they've published evaluating a field theory of consciousness, group practice of transcendental meditation and homicide trends. So what they show are graphs like this, where this is the number of people who are meditating in their domes. And for a period of about 5 years, they did a baseline measure, and then they intentionally significantly increased the number of people meditating every day. And then they dropped off, and you can see that the number declined. And the question was, how did this affect the homicide rate in the United States? And so this was the rate during the baseline, and it went down during the experimental period and went back up again post-experimental. So that's one example of where they're looking for a correlation between the number of people who are meditating and an effect in social measurement. Here's another example. This was socio-political violence in Cambodia. So they took a baseline period for 2 years, and then they had a long period of meditation where they were seeing that there appeared to be an impact as a result of the reduction in violence. This one may be better known. This was an experiment done in Washington, D.C. for 2 months in 1993. And once again, they're showing a negative correlation between a reduction in violence as number of meditators go up in the vicinity. So with this kind of evidence, it's all about establishing correlations between periods of mass meditation and complex socio-political variables. It is possible to do this. It is difficult to do, primarily because there's so many variables involved that it's not so easy to get simplistic results here. Nevertheless, the methods that have been used so far, most of them appear to be sound. But it would be nice to have simpler objective approaches, simply because of the nature of the evaluation of the evidence and also the interpretation of the evidence would be nice. So that gives a check mark, a very brief overview of the Maharishi effect. What about the global consciousness projects? Well, so here the idea is that if mental order and physical order are related to each other in some way, along the lines perhaps of the philosophy of dual aspect monism, then perhaps when there are periods of mental chaos, it is reflected or correlated with physical disorder or physical chaos. So if these two things go hand in hand, then we know that there are periods of time where people are engaged in coherent, focused attention. This happens everywhere around the world all the time, lots of different contexts. Well, so this is a combination of coherent attention with intention, typically oriented either around worship of something or simply about peace. The question is, does that do anything as far as the physical world is concerned? So to test if mind and matter interact, we need a material target system that is impervious to mundane influences. And that means influences like changes in temperature, changes in magnetic fields, that sort of thing. But that it also responds to variations in human attention and intention. Well, we have such a device. It's called the random number generator. The source of the randomness in these things are things like quantum tunneling. So it's ultimately quantum randomness. And so already back in 1989, when I was at Princeton University, a colleague and I, Roger Nelson, we looked at all of the studies that have been done using random number generators to see if focused attention and intention would have any effect on the randomness produced in these devices. And we found 800 experiments in experimental conditions where people were trying to do something, unequivocal positive effects. And in controlled studies where you didn't have anybody trying to influence these devices, you get results that conform very close to chance. So this device is used as what we call a field consciousness detector. You take the device, all it produces is streams of zeros and ones randomly. If you look at the data over a long period of time, it's very well behaved noise, and you can put it into the form
For a time being, I think collective consciousness is disrupted. So we are connecting back again. Just a few minutes. Hello, can you hear us?
Have we come back?
Yes, we lost
Okay.
Okay. Please continue.
Okay, so I'll pick it up where I stopped. So I'm talking here about the Global Consciousness Project, generators around the world, a database that collects all of the data and 24/7. And the metaphor here is that it's something like a tsunami detection system, except that the random generators are floating on what we can metaphorically think of as an ocean of consciousness. And so If there are spatial and temporal correlations that arise among many buoys in the ocean, we know that that is signaling a tsunami. And of course, the tsunami is a gigantic wave that exists across the ocean, and we see it as correlations in the behavior of these individual devices. So if we see that the random number generator outputs are beginning to become correlated in conjunction with worldwide events, we can take that correlation as evidence that there is something like a disturbance in this ocean of consciousness. So here's an example then of when Queen Elizabeth died. The notice was posted that she died at this point. The Prime Minister announced it over here. And this red line is showing the 0.05 probability envelope. And this curve is showing the 17 random generators that were active at the time went outside of this probability. So if this is 0.05 probability, this is probably around 0.01. And this is reasonably typical of the kinds of events that we've looked at over the years. Here's another example, just to show that when nothing very interesting is happening, you get a random walk that looks very close to what you'd expect. It fluctuates around 0. But this includes September 11th, 2001, which of course was the big terrorist attacks. So on that day, right here is when September 11th occurred. And as you can see, something changed in the behavior of these random generators all around the world. And for days afterwards, we had a very significant deviation. It took about 2 weeks for this to settle back down and start behaving randomly again. So if the formal experiment lasted until we had 500 events, not all of the same magnitude as 9/11 or death of Queen Elizabeth, but things like that we knew that would attract millions of minds around the world. And the red line shows the accumulation results over the 500 events, which ended up with a z-score of 7.3, which the odds against chance is 3 trillion to 1 against chance that we would see a deviation of this magnitude over this period of time. So it gave us some confidence that the correlation that we were hoping to find apparently does exist. There's a very nice book that Roger Nelson wrote, which goes into all of this in great detail about the methods, about the analyses, and so on. So we have the Global Consciousness Project on 500 days, giving odds of 3 trillion to 1. And President Obama was asking, well, what happened on the other 8,000 days? Because this experiment has been going over 23 years now, and this experiment only looked at 500 days. So there's a lot of other days. So one way to answer that is to say, well, let's imagine that this is the random walk that we get when we're simply looking at what's happening in all these random generators. Well, the question is, here's something interesting, perhaps. Is it meaningful or just chance? Well, we know in a random walk that occasionally you're going to get deviations. Is it chance or not? Well, there's a deviation too in that one. So how do we tell? Well, one way is to say, well, we can decompose that signal into its various components, just like you would with a Fourier transform. Well, maybe this signal here is a worldwide meditation for peace, and maybe this one's a tsunami happening in the Philippines at the same time, and this one's a rock concert in New York City, and this is just a person playing with their dog. But they're all combined together, so you have a grand convolution that gives you something that looks like a random walk. So I'm going to skip over something that would take an hour to explain and simply say that what we're dealing with then is looking for structure, temporal structure, in what should be a random walk. And one of the methods you can use is called multi-scale entropy analysis. And when you apply that to this data over 23 years, what you find is that the GCP data is here. All of these dots actually are kind of overlapping, so I blow it up at the scale of 15 minutes just to show that they're not really overlapping. These are 95% confidence intervals. The GCP data, the random data, is here, and this is what you get with the same data that has been randomly scrambled to destroy any temporal order. And this one is pseudo-random data, which is just generated on the fly. So there is quite a significant difference then, indicating that there is some kind of temporal order that is appearing in these random data that shouldn't be there. Another approach then is to say, well, here's our random walk, let's say this red line, and you can imagine then that if you do a deconvolution, that maybe it consists of lots of little periods like this. So the deconvolution model would give you something that kind of looks like the random walk. And so here it would be. You have all these different events, a meditation, a Chinese New Year's, an earthquake in Bolivia, a soccer game. And so one of the ways that you would analyze the data in this form is to take each event and kind of put them all in the same sequence, like overlap them, and then create, and so this would be the overlap, and then create an ensemble average. So you simply take the data from each event, create an ensemble average, and you take the peak within a given day, and you always put the peak in the middle. That's why we have a peak right here. So just move the peak of each daily event and put them in the middle. And so that's what it actually looks like. Not surprisingly, you get a gigantic peak right in the middle and a whole bunch of data right around zero. So what we do is we say, okay, let's take away that momentary peak and look in detail then at whether or not there's something unusual happening on either side of that peak. We're looking for temporal structure. Well, it turns out if you do that, this is what you get. You do get temporal structure, and there's no peak here anymore. We took this big peak away, and yet there is a movement that is happening, and you can do statistics on this to see, is this meaningful or not? Well, yeah, this is like 3.5 sigma results. And you can then do another thing. You can say, well, what is the height of the peak, and what is the height at the moment of exactly in the middle, and create a joint probability. That'll tell you, is this significant or not? And yes, it's quite a significant result. You can do this for different lengths, different segment time. So this is 15 minutes, this is 12 minutes. This turns out to be much more significant. And you can do this for many other segment lengths. And what all of this is telling us is there is temporal structure that is appearing in what should be random numbers. So there are correlations in the GCP data that are seen with other metrics.
Dr. Radin, there are 2 more minutes. Could you be able to wind up within this period of time?
I will go a little bit quicker then. So we have stock market results, we have news reports, Google search trends. All of it is saying that what should be a random walk is actually correlated with world events that attract a lot of attention. So what's next? We're creating a version that will have 1,000 random generators, a new design based purely on quantum noise, 8 random sources per random generator, continuous sentiment data, so we can do a continual correlation. And so very briefly then about Twitter, we ask, can collective sentiment around the world feel the future? And this comes out of data comes from the University of Vermont. And so sentiment here in 10 different, what they do is they take many words and assign a happiness score to the words. And there's 10,000 words in each language. And so this is for English tweets over a period from 2009 to the current day. You see that there are positive sentiment events and negatives like Mother's Day, New Year's Eve, and so on, Christmas. And then negative events. And the negative events are unexpected, which is important. So earthquake, a bombing, a death of a celebrity, and so on. So we take, and this is the number of daily tweets. We take the original tweets, do a moving mean, we can smooth it, we can normalize it, we can pull out both the positive events and the negative events. And what we're interested in is up to 14 days before the event, this is the sad event, this is the happy event, is there a trend that is already going in that direction? And so I'm going to skip over some of the technical details and just say then that for English tweets, there is a negative result, a negative trend, it's not significant. For French, it is significant. For Spanish, it's significant. Ukrainian's negative, not significant. You can see then Korean happens to be positive, German is negative. Arabic and Russian languages are negative. Indonesian is significant negative, Portuguese. 10 languages combined, very clear evidence that 14 days before an unanticipated event, there is something like a collective, in this case, unconsciousness, because this is simply based on words that people are saying, that suggests that they can feel the future. So the implications is what seems to be random may be due to the influence of countless movements of consciousness, and that the collective mind might have capacities similar to what we experience as psychic phenomena. So in one case, we're talking about a mind-matter interaction. In another case, we're talking about something like precognition. So is there collective consciousness? I would say cautiously, it seems possible. And definitely more research is warranted to look at this in many other ways. And we're beginning to do that. So I thank you for your kind attention. And if there's time, then we can answer some questions. Thank you.
I think we will take the questions at a later time after
Okay.
completing all the talks. Thank you for the very interesting perspective into consciousness. Now we move on to the second talk by Professor Terence Deacon. His talk is titled Consciousness, the Hole in the Wheel of Hub. He is a PhD in okay. No, I was told that the second talk will be by.
I can introduce myself also.
No, I have your talk. I have your introduction.
As long as I don't cut my time down.
Now we go on to the talk by Professor Harold Atman-Speicher. He is a senior scientist and member of the executive board of Collegium at Hellerstium, Turning Center, ETH Zurich, and also the president of Society for Mind and Matter Research. He is editor-in-chief of the interdisciplinary international journal Mind and Matter. His research interests include complex systems, theory of complex systems, conceptual and theoretical aspects, and algebraic, quantum theory, and mind matter. Now I invite him, sir. Good morning, and please take your talk.
Thank you. Let me begin by saying a big thank you to the organizers, NIMHANS and the India Foundation, for setting up this wonderful meeting, this wonderful congress, exploring the full range of topics from neurophenomenology and neurocognition, that was yesterday mainly, up to challenging speculative approaches, philosophical approaches, spiritual approaches, and I hope I can contribute a little bit to both. But I don't want to do that without giving you some initial remarks. My talk is not based on Indian traditions. My talk is based on a particular Western tradition, which I think has a lot of parallels with some of the work that has been done in India over the centuries. But there is a caveat, because the terminology that is used in Western approaches is very different from that is used in Eastern approaches. The words are sometimes the same, but they mean totally different things. So when you talk about pure consciousness, then you mean something in Indian traditions, mean something very fundamental. When people, scientists, philosophers in the West use the notion of consciousness, they mean something like the tip of the iceberg, below which much other mental stuff is going on, like the unconscious, the collective unconscious maybe, and other things. So you have to be careful when it comes to the terminology, and I hope I can go into that when it comes up. So my talk has essentially two parts. One of them is outlining the conceptual framework of decompositional dual aspect monism. And the second one is an attempt to relate this conceptual framework to something that can be part of empirical research. So it spans the full range from a conceptual framework over theoretical predictions to attempts to support or disapprove the approach by empirical research. So let's start. Dual aspect monism is essentially a reaction to Descartes' model of an interactive dualism between the mental and the physical. So Descartes conceived the mental and the physical as the two substances of which reality consists, and then these substances somehow have to interact. I mean, he didn't really have a convincing answer to the question how they interact, but that was the basis of the model. And dual aspect monism is a reaction to this model which avoids both physicalist and idealist leanings. So the dual aspect monism does not say that one of the two, the mental or the physical, dominates over the other one. They are sort of on equal footing, and the philosophical pioneers in the Western history, in the Western tradition, are Spinoza, first of all, with his Ethics in 1677, and also Schelling, a German philosopher, in his, mainly, you find very interesting information about that in his Freedom Essay of 1809. So one version of dual aspect monism has been termed neutral monism, and the pioneers here are Ernst Mach at the turn of the 20th century, actually. Ernst Mach, William James, and Bertrand Russell, all well-known scientists and philosophers in Europe and in America. William James in America, Bertrand Russell in the UK, in England, Ernst Mach in Austria. Now, also in the 20th century, there have been three different lineages of quantum-inspired versions of dual aspect monism, and these lineages are, number one, Wolfgang Pauli and Carl Jung, a physicist and a psychologist. Number two, Arthur Eddington and John Wheeler, two physicists in England and the United States. And number three, David Bohm and Basil Hiley. David Bohm being American and English, and Basil Hiley, an Englishman still living. Basil is the only one who's still living with us. So the survey that I can give you today is super surface. So whenever you want to see more details, I recommend a book that I wrote with Dean Rickles, a philosopher in Sydney, Australia, which just came out a few months ago and has all the details. It's very comprehensive, and you can find everything in it. I have some flyers of the book here, so if you're interested, just come to the front and take a flyer. There are two versions of dual aspect thinking, as I just mentioned. One of them is the neutral monism version, and it's compositional. So there are psychophysically neutral elements, neither mental nor physical, and depending on how you compose them, you get either mental or physical properties, right? So it's compositional. The psychophysically neutral elements, the base elements of the model, are neither mental nor physical, and you have to compose them to get either mental or physical properties. And that's the direction of Mach, James Russell. Chalmers also has a model of this in his 1996 book, which is called Naturalistic Dualism, but it's also neo-Russellian, so it's a compositional model. The quantum-inspired models that I mentioned to you are just the opposite. They are not compositional, they are decompositional. And in decompositional versions, you don't have psychophysically neutral elements, you have a psychophysically neutral whole. And if you have a whole, you cannot compose it because it's already everything. You can only decompose it, right? So the decomposition of a psychophysically neutral whole leads to partitions, one of which is that of the mental and the physical. And this is inspired by the idea of quantum holism. I will tell you a little bit more about that later. And here you see again the different lineages and the advertisement of that book again. You can get the flyers here. Don't forget. So here are some photographs of the protagonists. In the upper row, Wolfgang Pauli, Arthur Eddington, and David Bohm. Lower row, Carl Jung, John Wheeler, and Basil Hiley. And here is a schematic description of how this works. So you have here on the left-hand side, you have the mental domain. On the right-hand side, the physical domain. You have conscious objects in the mental domain. You have observed objects in the physical domain. And if you would be a Cartesian dualist, then this would be all you want to talk about, right? But if you're a dual aspect monist, you posit a third domain of reality, which is in a sense more real than the other two, because because the mental and the physical in dual aspect monism are just two aspects or two perspectives through which you can observe or theorize about that which is considered the real reality. And this real reality is psychophysically neutral. It's neither mental nor physical. The elements of the psychophysically neutral when you come from Jung, these are archetypal patterns. If you come from David Bohm, for instance, these are implicate orders. And if you go back in the history until you come to alchemy and all these Neo-Platonic ideas, then there is this notion of an unus mundus as a limit concept where no distinction exists at all. There's only one world, one reality, which is not partitioned at all. So this is the full, holistic, undivided reality in capital letters. It's the real reality. Now, key features of that real reality is the unus mundus is one fundamental psychophysically neutral domain without any distinctions. So there is no mind-matter distinction, no subject-object distinction, no self-world distinction, no internal-external distinction, nothing. The mental and the physical emerge as dual epistemic aspects due to the partitioning of the holistic psychophysically neutral domain. Archetypal patterns, if you are Jungian, you would say archetypal patterns produce a hierarchy of psychophysically neutral order elements between the base level of the unus mundus and the distinctive domains of the mental and the physical. So the psychophysically neutral domain is not simply unstructured. There is structure, and this structure, that would be one of the research projects that one might think of, can be explored. Now, when you decompose a whole into parts, you do not only get the parts, you also get necessarily correlations between the parts. So these are the psychophysical correlations. In Jungian terminology, for instance, synchronistic events, and these correlations reflect in some sense the lost holism of the archetypal patterns. Psychophysical correlations are substantiated neither by causation nor are they random, so they should not be random. But this is something that is essential in all the three lineages I mentioned to you. They are also acausal, they are non-causal. There's no causal relationship between the mental and the physical on a direct pathway. Rather, and this is the radical, the challenging idea of all these people from Pauli to Basil Hiley, the substantiation of the relations is done by something completely different, by meaning. Meaning is, of course, an intrinsically relational notion, so it fits very well in order to substantiate a correlation, and I will tell you more about that later Meaning, and not only syntactic information like Shannon information, is the basic currency with which one can use to do research on these correlations. So that's an important new feature of this decompositional version of dual aspect monism. It's posited as a basic relational ingredient in the fabric of reality. So meaning is not, of course, also meaning is also attributed by experiencing subjects to something that they experience, but this is not the full story. This is what this approach says. There's much more to meaning than simply something that is attributed by experiencing subjects. Okay, here is something which tells you a little bit about why quantum theory plays a role in these approaches. Why is it a quantum-inspired approach? And what you see here is a sketch of a concept that is very important in quantum mechanics. It's called quantum entanglement. And you see on the lower row, you see some of these symbols that physicists like to use. It says the entangled state of a system is not equal to the product of the states of the parts that emerge when you interact with the system, with the entangled state of the system. So we call this a non-product state. So this means that the whole does not consist of parts, primordially. Nature does not present itself to us as a collection of parts, but just as a whole. That's what it says. And when you interact with the system in an appropriate way, then you can produce the parts, psi1 and psi2, and these parts are acausally correlated. And we can, in physics, we can detect these correlations with extremely high significance in terms of statistical measures. Now this is quantum mechanics. This is simply physics, not more than physics. Now this is the analogy taking the quantum entanglement picture into a much bigger picture, which includes not only the physics, but also the mental and the psychophysically neutral. Now we have psi1, the mental, psi2, the physical, and the entangled state would be the psychophysically neutral. Psychophysically neutral would be the state of nature as a whole that does not consist of the mental and the physical. And by appropriate interactions with the psychophysically neutral, you can decompose it into the mental and the physical, and again, you get acausal correlations. But these correlations cannot be simply detected by statistics. Statistics would be purely quantitative, and since we are now talking about something that happens between the physical and the mental, we also need to involve some qualitative aspects. Qualitative aspects in addition to the purely quantitative statistics. So we need a new concept. And that was the really radical breakthrough that Jung, Wheeler, and all the others came up with. This could be meaning. Okay. Now I want to talk about in the last, how many minutes? 6 or some minutes, about two types of psychophysical correlations and how they can be and how they manifest themselves empirically. So the model that we have developed from the Pauli Jung and the other approaches has two types of psychophysical correlations. One of them is persistent, structural, and the other one is occasional and induced. The structural correlations are robustly reproducible. The induced correlations are evasive and not easily reproducible, sometimes totally not reproducible. For example, the structural correlations, if I put you under stress, then your blood pressure goes up. That's a correlation between something that goes on in your body, between your body and your mental state. The stress is the mental part, the blood pressure is the bodily part. Or in the talk of Georg Nordhoff yesterday, if you are in a depressive mood, then the power in your EEG goes down. This is the same story. And these are structural correlations because they are exactly reproducible under the conditions of typical standard experiments. Now, structural and structural psychophysical correlations provide a baseline from which induced psychophysical correlations deviate. And you can deviate in two different ways. You can have excess correlations, experiences of coincidence, and you can have deficit correlations, experiences of dissociation. Both are experienced as meaningful, as I said before. And here is a fourfold taxonomy of psychophysical correlations which deviate from the baseline. So you can have internal phenomena, deviations in the self model of a subject. You can have external phenomena, deviations in the world model. And you can have, on the vertical line, you can have coincidence phenomena where ordinarily disconnected elements of self and world model are correlated, and the dissociation phenomena are just the opposite, the disconnection of ordinarily connected elements of self and world model. Examples for coincidence phenomena are typically Jungian synchronicities, precognitive dreams, and all these kind of phenomena. Dissociation phenomena are out-of-body, for instance, phenomena, sleep paralysis, automatic writing, and others. I just need 2 more minutes if that's possible. So this taxonomy can be tested by empirical material. And the most part of the empirical material has been collected by the Freiburg Institute for Frontier Areas of Psychology. But there is also more recent studies by Tanya Luhrmann in Stanford and Ann Taves at Santa Barbara. And these all come to the same conclusion, namely that the analyses support the taxonomy suggested by the dual aspect model, right? So we have these 4 different kinds of exceptional experiences, and they just fall into the 4 classes that the dual aspect model predicts. And I'll show you a little bit more here. That's the second to last view graph I show you here. This is a schematic representation of all of the rich empirical material that we have collected so far. These are 6 different samples represented in the coordinates that I showed you before. Coincidence experiences, dissociation experiences, internal phenomena and external phenomena. And you see the contour plots show you the frequencies with which these experiences happen in the individuals belonging to the subsamples. What you see here is that the highest frequencies are in the subsample of people who reported near-death experiences previously and people who are experienced meditators. The lowest frequencies pertain to samples of ordinary population, more or less. And that's what we would expect, of course, right? Summarizing, dual aspect monism has mind and matter as 2 epistemic aspects of one underlying undivided psychophysically neutral reality. Is the only metaphysical framework or ontological framework offering a natural, elegant, and parsimonious explanation for psychophysical correlations. No other philosophical framework offers this. The spectrum of psychophysical correlations from stable baseline correlations to less stable ones, which are excess and deficit correlations above and below the baseline. This can be empirically studied by the study of exceptional experiences. And the taxonomy of exceptional experiences that derives from the model is empirically supported with a huge amount of case studies that we have collected, mainly in Freiburg, but now also with new questionnaires in the US and in other studies that I mentioned before at Stanford University and the University of Santa Barbara. So this is the final one, a little advertisement again. The dual aspect monism and the deep structure of meaning, the book on the right-hand side, that's the one which gives you more details. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I hand over the mic to my co-chairperson, Professor Father Matthew.
Thank you very much, Professor Harald Atman Specher. There is a strange synchronicity when you were speaking about, quantum holism. That is the title of one of my books, From Quantum Holism to Cosmic Holism. And then another one that is, Professor Hailey. He was a mentor to me. He was guiding my thesis, the comparison between interpretational problems in quantum mechanics between physics, World Scientific Publishing Singapore, and Noetic Journal. So, Professor Shishir Roy, so the floor is for you, and we are excited to listen to you.
Thanks to NIMHANS, especially Professor Bindugutti and Dr. Ravindran, and no, I can speak here. Okay, and India Foundation for inviting me to give a talk. And Professor Bindu, she emphasized that this conference is not the usual type of conference which we do, but this is a kind of brainstorming session, not session, brainstorming conference, in the sense that whether we can give rise to new insights. And she also emphasized, if possible, from Indian perspective, Indian philosophical perspective. So, in today's talk, what I'm going to do, that in quantum theory, firstly, somebody might ask that what's the necessity of discussing the relevance of consciousness in quantum level or microscopic level. Secondly, what is the current status of the debate going on that consciousness can be included or not, or in which way it can be included. And finally, I like to give some insights from Indian philosophical system, especially Advaita system, two Advaita systems, one Advaita Vedanta and Shankaracharya's interpretations, and Abhinavagupta, the most renowned scholar in Kashmiri Shaivism. Of course, people might ask that what kind of insights we can get it. At the end, I will try to elaborate that thing. So before starting my lecture, I am tempted to quote the very famous sutta called Kalama Sutta by Gautam Buddha. And what he said, Gautam Buddha said, don't go by reports, by legends, by tradition, by scripture, by logical conjecture, by inference, by analogy, by agreement, but these qualities are skillful and these qualities are blameless these qualities are praised by the wise. These qualities, when adopted and carried out, lead to welfare, to happiness. Then you should enter and remain in them. I mean, it reminds me, when I was a graduate student, then I met one great Indian physicist. Maybe some of you know his name. He is no more with us. His name is Professor Isijar Sudarshan. So he invited me to Bangalore from Kolkata, and we have a lot of discussions about my works. He told, Shishir, you know, the basic point in research is whether you understand what you are doing. Not somebody said, not Einstein said, not Newton said, or not somebody else. And that's my guiding principle. Then I told you what is the plan of my talk, why the issue of consciousness studies in quantum theory, and status of the current debate, whether consciousness can be included in understanding the quantum phenomena, then insights from Advaita philosophy. So what we understand, try to understand some of the weird concepts in quantum theory. One is double slit experiment, then Schrodinger Cat experiment, Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen experiment, Gedanken experiment, and their kind of concept called non-locality is introduced. But I will try to warn the people that this non-locality has a very limited understanding, not the non-locality in consciousness, according to Indian traditions. So, let me start with this double slit experiment. Most of you know what is double slit experiment. I mean, if you send the light quanta called photon, or if you send some entities like electrons, neutrons, or other particles with along the two slits here, then if you place a screen behind, you will get a kind of interference. But interference indicates that not only this entity which we call particle, it's a kind of wave aspect. So we are getting both particle and wave aspect. This is very difficult to understand in our everyday life. So this is one of the weird phenomena. I mean, if you place a detector in between detector screen and the double slit, then you can detect that which path the entity is going. In that sense, we are detecting the particle, but it will destroy the interference patterns. There are a lot of misunderstanding of interpreting this experiment. Say, people say, well, you cannot arrange a single experiment by which you can detect both particle and wave aspect. No, this is not true. Heisenberg emphatically told, and later it was developed, that yes, it is possible to design a single experiment by which you can detect simultaneously the wave and particle aspect, but not with infinite precision. What is meant by infinite precision? Means the error in principle you can reduce to zero. So if you try to detect simultaneously particle and wave aspect, you have to pay the price that there will be always some error which satisfy Heisenberg inequality. Then the famous Schrodinger cat. I mean, superposition principle is one of the fundamental principles in quantum theory. And Schrodinger, one of the father of quantum theory, he proposed a Gedanken experiment. You place a cat inside a chamber, and there is a kind of poison inside the chamber. Now the chamber is closed, and if you open up or trigger that poison, then what will happen? Either the cat will alive or cat will be dead. According to quantum theory, you can try to think of a state which is superposed of dead state and live state. But if you open up the lid of the chamber, then you will find one of these two. So Niels Bohr, he tried to interpret that observation process. Because of the observation process, this kind of reduction of the wave function to one of the states happen. either in living or dead state. And here starts the major issues. Then what is Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen and non-locality? I mean, if you put the two particles, like two electrons together and make a singlet state, and then you separate the two entities far and far away. Even Nicolas Gichot in Switzerland, he did the experiment under Geneva Lake that even they are separated 12 kilometers, measuring the attributes of the one entity, you will be able to tell what is going to happen with the other entity. So this is called non-locality, and here information is propagating instantaneously, which means sorry, the principle of causality, which is one of the founder pillar of quantum theory, breaks down. So it might happen not in the usual space-time, maybe in the more generalized or some other type of space-time. And now I told you what is the basic problem or outstanding problem in quantum theory. It is called measurement problem and collapse of the wave function. As I told you, if you consider a state called superposed of live state of cat and dead state of cat, but if you want to try to measure with some measuring instrument, you will see that either you will find in the live state or dead state. So this is called reduction of the wave packet to one of the states. And how it happened, nobody understood. And the people tried to formulate it in terms of whether we can include the role of perception, or Pauli told psyche. Psyche, of course, from Western philosophical standpoint. But later on, people tried to reformulate the whole problem, this measurement problem, whether consciousness has a kind of role here in reduction of the wave packet. John von Neumann, the greatest mathematicians in 20th century, he tried to say that ultimately any stimulus from external world, it goes from retina, eye, retina, and to the brain. So perception might have a role, or what we say in more general term, consciousness might have a role, ultimately regarding the reduction of the wave packet. Now, many people are here, and also around the world, they use a concept, field concept in describing consciousness. But as I told you, I am telling from Indian philosophical perspective. Consciousness, or pure consciousness, it is beyond space, time, and causation. Then the issue is that if somebody uses noetic field, somebody uses electromagnetic field, any kind of field, there are two things we have to remember. Field concept means, field means it has infinite degrees of freedom. Well, this is a very interesting aspect. But second one, to describe any kind of field, you need kind of geometric description, which is not required at all for pure consciousness. So this is the difference. I mean, many people that misuse the term. The problem is that what is consciousness? What we do in physics, at least, we try to understand the whole thing considering the functionality of consciousness. But even, I mean, we physicists do not know what is consciousness. Is electron conscious? What do you mean by that? Is a single cell conscious? Is a bacteria is conscious? We don't know. Maybe neuroscientists, they are struggling, but no two neuroscientists will agree on the issue, what is consciousness? Or if we think that matter or electron, there is a consciousness, how to include that type of attributes. And the major issue is that how can you think the interactions of the consciousness or psyche, not psyche in the Western sense, in Indian sense, how can you think in terms of the Indian philosophical systems, the interactions between consciousness and the matter, which is called jara padartha. we don't know. And maybe it would have been better if the organizer here, they should arrange one full session, arranging the traditional scholars from different schools, 6 Indian major schools of Indian philosophy is there, that what is consciousness, and the scientist, what is matter, and how they interact. That would be really a very, very interesting issue. Then what kind of problem we are facing in understanding quantum reality? There is a very famous film by Japanese film director Kurosawa. The name of the film is Rashomon. So in Rashomon, that film, that one samurai was killed, and then the investigating team or police are going to different people, and they were seeking the opinion, what has happened exactly. And different people, they talked about their experience, and no two experiences are identical. So it raises a very deep questions. Is reality depends on the observer or observer-dependent reality? This is the situation in case of quantum theory. Now, I will take the help of two Indian philosophy Advaita system. One is Advaita Vedanta, and the text is Drig Drishya Viveka. There is confusion about who was the author of this text. Some opinion is that Shankaracharya is the author of this text, but what is meant by Drig Drishya Viveka? Drig means here, Drishya means seen, Viveka means discrimination. So we use the word discrimination to mean differentiation between seer and the seen. In Vedanta, there are varieties of discrimination, such as between real, unreal, between permanent and impermanent, between changeless and changing. This book emphasizes that seer and the seen are different, but what it means exactly by different. In this context, I was listening to Swami Sarvapriyananda. In one of his lectures, what is the operating principle? So, essence of his lecture is that operating principle is subject is different from the object, and this is the operating principle. Then there is a verse in Drig Drishya Viveka, Rupam Drishyam Lochanam Drig Tat Drishyam Drig Tu Manasam Drishya Dhi Vittaya Sakshi Drig even na tu Drishyate. I mean, essence is that at the ultimate level, the consciousness, this is called Sakshi consciousness, Sakshi Chaitanya, or witnessing. So, this witnessing consciousness, which at the extreme level or ultimate level, when a stimulus is coming, like in quantum experiments, then finally to the consciousness or pure consciousness, there is no concept of reduction happen, but it can discriminate which state is there. So here we can reformulate the whole thing according to Drig Drishya Viveka. But there is some story left, more interesting, called Kashmiri Shaivism and Abhinavagupta. Abhinavagupta was born between 950 and 960 AD, and Shankara lived from 788 to 820 AD. Pratyabhijna is one of the very important texts of Abhinavagupta. So, there is a difference of ultimate reality according to Advaita Vedanta of Shankar and Advaita Vedanta of Kashmir Shaivism. In Advaita Vedanta of Shankara, it says that the ultimate reality is pure consciousness, which is unchanging, which is permanent. But in Kashmiri Shaivism, it says that consciousness is energy. Energy. So, the issue is that whether this energy is the physical energy like electricity, like chemical energy or not. They say, no, this is not this kind of energy. So the question comes, what is the ontology of energy? And means what is ontology of consciousness? I asked yesterday this question to Swami Sarvapriyananda. Now people say that ontology of energy is nothing but motion. Well, then as a physicist I will ask, what is the ontology of motion? This question was asked by our sages even in Rig Veda. In Rig Veda, Mandala 10 describes regarding the creation, called hymns of creation, Nasodiya Sukta and others. They are also, they said that the ultimate level, Brahman, or pure consciousness, it is unchanging, permanent, but when the universe is manifested, means Jagat comes from Gamdhatu, means motion. So from unchanging reality to changing reality, how it happens? They gave one clue. I don't know even understand the meaning of that. It is in Mandala 9. Mandala 9, it describes a concept called Somo Rasho. Somo means normally people understand a kind of juice from the plant. But you know, every word in Vedas, they have three levels of interpretation. One is gross level, subtle level, and spiritual level. They had a metaphor of Indra. Indra was created by ultimate reality, Brahman, and he took Somarasho. He became energized, enlightened, and he creates the physical universe. Yes, I know. Yeah, I know. So, this is the crux of the problem. We are trying to understand even, the theory of creation and modern cosmology, the same problem. What is the ontology of consciousness? Is it at all meaningful or not? Maybe there are some traditional scholars here. They might shed a new light, and that will shed also new light in understanding the outstanding problem called measurement problem in quantum theory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Roy, for connecting consciousness with very complex problems of quantum mechanics from Shankara's Vedanta and Abhinava Gupta's Kashmir Shaivism. You are trying to connect it and relate how they are all interrelated. So thank you very much. And now we are inviting the next speaker, Professor Alex Hangee. And he won a scholarship to Trinity College, Cambridge, where he gained a triple first in natural sciences. And he has his doctorate from Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And he was a postdoctoral fellow at Stanford Linear Accelerator Center. And he was also connected with the Mahesh Yogi's International University. Also interested in studying systems of Ayush, systems of medicine, cognitive sciences, and consciousness studies. And his current work relates to applying a combination of philosophical arguments and knowledge of Vedic sciences to solve the problems within modern science, and thereby refining the foundations of physics, biology, and information theory. So he received also awards and achievements, deeply establishing this Mahesh Yogi's University of Management. He taught philosophy of science, co-founder of the Journal of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine, and has published about 100 scientific pages in that field for the past 20 years. So to Professor Alex.
Thank you very much. Can I be heard? Thank you. Could we go to the first slide, please? I would like to say thank you very much to Professor Bindu and to Com Carpentier and all the organizers from India Foundation and to this wonderful institution I know so well, NIMHANS, where this is being held. I particularly want to congratulate the first speaker this morning on the absolutely marvelous talk he gave on collective consciousness A theory of collective consciousness comes out of this talk, but it's absolutely magnificent work that's been done in fields that I've worked myself, and I really congratulate Dean Radin. He's been working for so long, to such a late age, and it's magnificent. Right, first slide, please. This theory I'm going to present you relates consciousness to quantum theory, consciousness to biology, and consciousness to the cosmos. I've been working on it ever since 2008 or earlier. I've given several presentations at the Consciousness Towards the Science of Consciousness conferences in Tucson, so it's something with which I'm very familiar, but it's developing steadily and continuing to develop. The presentation aims to show how critical instabilities, which you may or may not have heard of, critical instabilities from the field of critical phenomena in phase transitions, are key to understanding consciousness. So the three parts basically of this talk: quantum theory has no ability to support consciousness. I shall explain that in detail. Anyone who says, because classical physics cannot support consciousness, the only choice is quantum physics, is deeply disturbed, and E.C.G. Sudarshan very much agreed with me on this, and I'm glad to hear the previous speaker, C.C. Roy, talking about George Sudarshan. It's instabilities in critical phenomena that can support self-consciousness, and I shall show you that in detail. Secondly, critical instabilities in biology are sites of consciousness, and complexity biology includes critical instabilities. I shall use the phrases complexity biology and fractal physiology, which I shall define slightly interchangeably. And then I shall show you that in the Hawking-Penrose model, an instability is the origin of creation. So we can actually place in this model of scientifically modeling consciousness, you can place a supreme consciousness at the source of creation. Next slide. Okay, so this actually recapitulates a little bit of Professor Roy's talk. In quantum theory's Copenhagen interpretation, consciousness reduces wave packets, collapses wave functions, and the three people I present here are Niels Bohr on the left, Anna Heisenberg on the right, who collaborated with him extensively, and John von Neumann in the United States, who came on afterwards and wrote an absolutely fundamental text on quantum theory, putting it in highly mathematical terms. Next. So, quantum processes cannot collapse wave functions. This is something that we need to know. If quantum processes cannot collapse wave functions, if they cannot do it, and if consciousness collapses wave functions, then quantum processes have nothing to do with consciousness. So they cannot support consciousness, and something other than quantum processes must support consciousness in the body and the cosmos. Now this may come as a surprise, because there are many physicists, including many in this room, who tend to say, well, there's classical physics and quantum physics, and classical physics is just quantum physics applied to very large things, and there's a professor at Caltech, of all places, who says there's only quantum physics. It's absolutely untrue, right? Something other than quantum processes must support consciousness in the body and the cosmos. Next. Okay, so critical instabilities is what I'm going to introduce. Stability, and we're all stable systems. We're all looking at stable systems. If it was an unstable system, it would usually rapidly disappear, like a bottle is unstable and falls over. Well, if it was a pencil, it would do so more convincingly. I could balance that bottle. So stability is supported by quantum fields. If you have a solid piece of matter, those quantum fields are called phonons. They are waves of sound. If you have the quantum vacuum state, the stabilizing thing is the quantum field. In electrodynamics, it's the photon, and so on and so on. In magnets, it's called a magnon. It provides fundamental stability. So at instability, some processes annihilated the stabilizing quantum fields. At instabilities, those wave functions of the quantum fields have collapsed. Their wave packets have been reduced, which is another way that quantum physicists say the same thing. I shall use those two phrases interchangeably just to make you feel, I hope not muddled, but they are actually the same, in a sense. So if consciousness is located at instability, then consciousness will be reducing the wave packets. Let me repeat that. At instability, some processes annihilated the quantum fields. If we put consciousness at an instability, then consciousness will reduce the wave packets, collapse the quantum wave functions, annihilate the quantum fields. So critical instabilities can play a key role in understanding consciousness purely from the point of view of the physics. But will it work in biology? Can you extend it further to the cosmos? That's what I'm now going to talk about. There may be a little bit more. To summarize part one, consciousness collapses wave functions, reduces wave packets. Quantum processes cannot collapse wave functions. Quantum processes cannot support consciousness. But the instabilities which remove stabilizing quantum fields collapse wave functions. So critical instabilities could be a good place to start modeling consciousness. Okay, I hope this is not getting too complicated. Let's move on to the biology. Next, please. Consciousness and biology. And here I want to mention the name of Stuart Kauffman, who was a leading founding member of the Santa Fe Institute and has done incredible work in popularizing complexity biology and fractal physiology. So part two wants to explain why instabilities occur in all biological control systems. I can't quite do that fully for you. And how our physiology, because we're now moving on to biology, how our physiology or neurophysiology supports consciousness. Here's a nice picture of my great hero, Stuart Kauffman. He's a fabulous, fabulous individual. He was mentioned, I think, yesterday during a theology talk. Next. So biology can support consciousness. This contrasts, I may say, with what biologists are taught to believe. They say, I say believe because they are taught to believe it. Molecules can't support consciousness is the reason. So biology, which is after all, according to molecular biologists, it's only molecules. The greatest falsehood in medicine, responsible for millions of deaths. Molecules cannot support consciousness, so biology has no ability to support consciousness. That's the current biology thinking from molecular biology. So something other than molecules must be involved. And what are those things? They are critical instabilities. This is working or not working? Well, I'm taking it too far. Hello? Hello? Okay, fine. Next. instabilities occur in all biological control systems. In fractal physiology, you have this extraordinary property where a series of identical stimuli produce a sequence of very different responses. They're called a fractal 1/f distribution of responses. And Professor Socio-Political has very much criticized in the past how I talk about this. So I'm trying to say today, this is not what we expect of ordinary mechanical systems. I hope that's compromised what I've said in the past. Sufficient. Next. So, instabilities occur in biological control systems. And many identical stimuli result, this is just below the edge of Pairback's head, a fractal F1/f distribution of responses was due, said Pairback in a famous physical review letter in 1987 with Tang and Wiesenfeld, it's due to self-organized criticality, which I've succeeded in interpreting in a particular way as critical instabilities. Next. So, fractal physiology endows, this is over halfway down in the center, this property endows the physiology with the ability to support consciousness. So you might ask, why do those critical instabilities occur? They maximize the responsiveness to external stimuli, they make the system more competitive, they optimize its functioning, and they are responsible at this level for a complete revolution in our understanding of biology, which should be taught not just at graduate level, but at undergraduate level and even in high schools. It's so fundamental and so absolutely staggering, and it tells us so much new about biology. Next. So, part 2 summary. Fractal physiology establishes self-organized criticality. Critical instabilities occur in all biological control systems, so physiology can support consciousness. Critical instabilities can model consciousness in the physiology, consciousness within the neurophysiology, if you prefer. But it also applies to single cells, and as the great scientist on single-cell biology, Professor Brian Ford, has agreed with me, this is a very good way of explaining creative intelligence which is seen in single cells. Next. So, the physics of self-awareness. This is, I want to explain that you not only get a good understanding of a physical physics property, but when you come down to Advaita Vedanta and you want to understand the property of Atman, where the self knows itself, this can be modeled within that structure. So there is an infinitesimal loop, infinitesimal, perfectly self-observing loop of information. Now, we know that normally information flows in a line, and it flows from the known through some process of knowing, which may involve optical instruments and the optic nerve ending in whichever of the nuclei it is in the thalamus, and it goes to the knower, which is some subliminal something or other supported by the critical instabilities, the consciousness. In a self-observing loop of information, this is cyclic. So you have the knower, the known at the right top, the information flows through a process of knowing, goes round to the knower, and it's completely cyclic. And I've published papers showing why I consider that one can apply this kind of beautiful self-observing loop of information to critical instabilities. It's a little complicated, I can't explain it fully. But in reality, this is an infinitesimal loop. And this gives you a model for how the self knows itself, which is actually completely, outrageously wrong way of talking about Atman. Okay, so part 1 and 2 summary. Why and how our physiology can support consciousness. Critical instabilities occur in biological control systems. Our physiology can collapse wave functions. They have the property of consciousness according to quantum theory. Our physiology can support consciousness. And note, being cited at loci of control, this is an added point, such consciousness can actually control the physiological systems. This came out of this theory without any expectation. It turns out that you have loci of control of the physiological control systems. You have to place the critical instability there, and when you do, the consciousness at the critical instability can act on striated muscles through the motor cortex. It can direct attention through the frontal cortex and direct planning for future events through the prefrontal cortex. Next. This is just serendipitous. So I want to add something new to parts 1 and 2. I've got enough time. Instabilities in our physiology collapse our own wave functions. That's why we know that we are here, independent of Professor Sir Roy going tut-tut behind me. And instabilities in animal physiology similarly reduce the animal's wave packets. So this resolves the Schrodinger's cat paradox and what Eugene Wigner, famous Nobel Prize winner, extended when he said, well, what about the friend of the man who looked at the cat? And this was called the Wigner's friend paradox. And Penrose proposed a similar solution, but this is actually a rigorously, I believe, I hope, will turn out to be a correct, approvable solution. So this establishes what is called the Wigner von Neumann interpretation of quantum mechanics. Eugene Wigner on the left and Johnny von Neumann on the right. Next. So finally, consciousness in the cosmos. I've got enough time to finish this off. Consciousness is found at the source of creation. Why? Because the Hawking left side, Penrose right side theorem states that at the source of creation lies a mathematical singularity in the structure of the universe. In the inflationary process, which gets creation going, this is an instability. So the universe can be said through this property to emerge from a consciousness that connects to the instability. That's very obscure. Sorry it's so short and poorly explained. Next. So the presentation summary. Quantum processes cannot support consciousness. They cannot collapse wave functions. Instabilities do what you want. They support consciousness. Complexity biology can support consciousness because of its critical instabilities. The instability theory also applies to the cosmos, and instability is found at the source of creation, and the universe emerges from a consciousness. Next. I think this is last. This is an afterword. The theory can also explain, and I've done this, astrological effects of interactions between the grahas and consciousness, how consciousness encodes ideas, the cities of Yoga Sutras Padya 3, a model of genuine freedom of choice, which I'm working on publishing, and when you have large bodies of animals they can recognize the sounds of their children squawking amid 100,000 similar sounds if they're a penguin colony in Antarctica. So you have to be able to scale the cognition of sounds, and we can also apply the theory to the structure of the soul. Thank you very much. What's a thank you slide?
Thank you very much, Professor Alex Hangee, for this new proposal. So he is proposing that, instead of quantum mechanics, critical instabilities. So that would be giving us lots of food for thought. So let us, now we don't have much time. So therefore we can have three questions. We will ask two. So just 2 questions. So please, yes. Yes, from here. And the second one will be there. Okay. So please. Please, to that gentleman. Sorry, so many hands are up, and we don't have much time.
Hello. I don't know if Professor Dean Radin is still here, because my question is to him. I was wondering when he talks about this Twitter research, and we know there are a lot of bots in Twitter. So when he was studying this collective consciousness thing vis-a-vis tweets, were these verified users, or whether these bots were taken into consideration or not? So I was wondering.
So, Dr. Radin, are you? Hello?
Heard your question. The tweets are either original tweets or retweets, or a combination of both. At this point, we don't have a way of knowing whether they're bots, but the number of bots versus the number of people, bots tend to be a much smaller percentage. And even if there were bots, that wouldn't account for how the prediction is made 14 days before a negative event.
Question, please. Yes.
Can I?
No, I can't hear.
Yeah, the question is to
Just
Professor Harald.
I want to know about metaphysical dualism, that is that God and devil are good and evil. Whether it is so metaphysical dualism will explain that there is a God and devil is there. And coming to the another question is a psychophysical correlation. That is a personality aspect, mind, body, as a total organism. Whether a sound body is a sound mind, whether it is a sound mind is a sound body, which one we should have, whether a sound mind or a sound body?
The best option is you have both. And concerning the first question, let me just repeat whether I understand you correctly. Are you asking whether the dual aspect monism picture gives you an answer about the problem of good and evil? Is that the question? Okay. So at the base reality, the completely undivided reality, there is no distinction between anything. Also not between good and evil. So if you want to put something like what Spinoza did, the divine at the psychophysically neutral level, then the consequence would be that God himself, or the gods or whatever, do not have the distinction between good and evil in themselves, but they may put it as a matter of creation. And then, of course, the follow-up question is, what happens with the distinction between good and evil in our daily life, right? So Schelling would say, God imposed the distinction upon us to give us the possibility to use our free will to grasp the good and abandon the evil. So that would be one of many possible answers. But of course, then we see that this option that the gods give us is not always grasped in our everyday reality, as you can see. Okay?
So thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have much time. That is the reason why I have seen so many wanted to ask questions. So maybe the last one, please.
Okay. This is a question to Dr. Alex Hangee. You mentioned about instabilities. I'm just wondering, is it can we characterize instabilities? I'm just taking a certain computational perspective here. In computation, for example, you have this problem of the halting problem. I would imagine that characterizing instabilities will also have a similar problem. That is, you will not know when something is actually an unstable situation or not. So in especially chaotic kind of systems. So basically calling consciousness and instabilities, let us say, putting them on the same level, let us say, it means that we still have to solve certain problems like the halting problem, equivalent of those things, and that might not get us any further. Is that the case? Or how would you answer this question?
Do I understand right that you're asking about the hard problem of consciousness?
I'm talking about the halting problem in the computational area.
The what?
Halting problem. Halting problem. Halting.
Halting problem?
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with the halting problem.
No, I'm trying to say that
that's
you want...
very simple. I know nothing about the halting problem.
So I think we shall wind up today's, this session's lecture. And see, 4 of them have given very brilliant presentations. And let us give them a round of applause. Yeah, Professor Indira and myself, we actually congratulate Professor Bindu and also the director, Dr. Pradima, so that, this really this wonderful conference, and we are absolutely sure that you will continue this networking with all the participants and also the professors, and that will be a pioneering proposal for NIMHANS as well as for the whole of India. So thank you so much.
I'm sure this session gave us many fresh perspectives in understanding consciousness, which aren't explored traditionally. They offer better understanding on how everything is related, both consciousness and matter, and also personal and personal consciousness and the cosmos. So now I request Professor Thomas Brophy to fill state chairpersons. I request chairpersons to fill state speakers. I request Professor Matthew to fill state Alex Hangee.
Do I need that? Okay.
I request Professor Matthew to fill state Dr. Alex Hangee. And to Professor Harald Atmanswasher. I request Professor Indira Devi to fill state Dr. C.C. Roy. And many thanks to Professor Dean Radin for giving us a wonderful talk. After the break, we would go on to the next session. We request all the speakers and chairpersons for a group photo, please. What time? Brinda? Yeah. We would be meeting at 11:45 for the next session.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the session 7 of the conference. We have one announcement to make. All of you who require e-receipt for the receipt for the conference, please collect it from the registration counter. Probably after the last session. So the last session of the conference is on non-locality. Is it a feature of mind and consciousness? For this, we have very distinguished speakers. First, I would like to invite the chairperson of this session, Professor Shekhar Seshadri. Now I would like to invite the speakers of this session, Dr. S.R. Bhatt, Dr. Stefan Schwartz, and Geshe. So this conference, this session is about non-locality. Is it a feature of mind and consciousness? So in the last 2 days, we have been talking about consciousness from both the Western perspective and the Eastern perspective. We have looked at the various perspectives, like does consciousness reduce to brain? Is matter all that is there at the end of the day? Or is consciousness an essential phenomenon of the universe? So we have looked at materialistic perspectives. We have looked at Advaita Vedanta. We have looked at consciousness from perspectives as varied as Sri Aurobindo. We have looked at from the perspective of Jainism and quantum physics, etc. So today we'll be having a session on non-locality. So in this session, we'll be talking about non-locality of consciousness and whether it extends beyond the brain and body. We'll be looking at panpsychism, quantum entanglement in this session. So I would like to ask our chairperson, Professor Shekhar Seshadri, to start the proceedings and invite the first speaker of for the session.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So before that, I would just briefly like to introduce Professor Shekhar Seshadri. He is former director of NIMHANS, currently senior professor in the Department of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, and advisor Samvad. His research interests include life skill education, childhood trauma, gender and sexuality, and adopting creative methodologies in child mental health interventions. Sir, it's your floor now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm not currently the senior professor of child and adolescent psychiatry. I retired last year. But thank you very much for retaining me. I still have a lot of energy left. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last session, following which there'll be the valedictory. I think the prelude for this session has been set by the previous one, where Dr. Sisir actually referred to the cosmos. He referred to non-locality, and Alex Hangee referred to the cosmos. All in the background of Dr. Harold, who's not here, but it's very interesting and fascinating for many of us who are students of psychology to embrace ourselves to the fact of relating Carl Gustav Jung to quantum-inspired theories. It also struck me as very interesting that Dr. Harold's surname, which is Atmanspacher, the first part of which is Atman, very much part of the entire theme of the consciousness of this conference, and also the fact that the etymology of this surname actually comes from the number 11, which is a highly spiritual number. And it's also very interesting when they spoke about the cosmos that Dr. Harold's earlier appointment at the Max Planck Institute was with extraterrestrial physics. And finally, as words of introduction, one of the things that I have found missing in this conference is children and childhood. And I see my friends from the monastery in Balakope here, and I want to draw your attention, since we are speaking about Carl Gustav Jung, to the concept of the divine child, which is an archetype in Jungian psychology. And with those words of background, I would like to introduce first Professor Bhatt, who's going to speak on unity, reality, enigmas, and certitude. Professor Bhatt, as we know, retired as professor and head of Department of Philosophy, University of Delhi. And we know of his formidable scholarship and work in Indian philosophy, logic, epistemology. Incidentally, he's also an eminent Buddhist scholar and won the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Indian Council of Philosophical Research, amongst many of his illustrious achievements. I would also have you know that Professor Bhatt actually edited a book called Quantum Reality and the Theory of Shunya, which has profound ontological implications for the understanding of reality and indeed Indian knowledge systems. Professor Bhatt, our honor to invite you to address the gathering.
Honorable Chairperson, Professor Shishadri, fellow speakers, other distinguished academicians and friends. It's both an honor and a privilege to partake in this very significant conference, because it deals with our own existence and also the existences surrounding us. We want to know what we are and what are the other fellow entities we have to reckon with. We are aware of our own existence directly, and we say, I am. We cannot say, I am not. That will be contradiction. So when we say, I am, well, what is this I? I am aware of myself. I am aware that my existence is different from my body, from my mind, and from my intellect. At the opening ceremony, the Adi Shankara's view on this point was recited in a poem. It was very much meaningful, that we have to ponder over as to how we are not the body and the mind and the senses and so forth. Then who am I? In fact, we find that we are conscious of ourselves, and we are conscious of all these surrounding adjuncts, and therefore it is consciousness which is the ultimate reality. We experience, if we want to explore consciousness, then we have to rely upon our experiences, our anubhava. And we experience that there are two levels of reality. One is that level wherein we forget all differences, all discriminations, and that sort of experience is amenable not to our ordinary people. It is only the yogis in their state of trance tell us that there is some state of consciousness which is unitary, unconditioned, formless, that cannot be reasoned out, that cannot be approached through our empirical cognitive apparatus. For that we require a particular type of sadhana, a training of the body, training of the will, training of the mind, all these equipments which we possess. But then it requires sadhana. This is what they emphasize. But the type of experience we generally meet with is the conditioned one, which is having forms. So we find that there is, you can say, two levels of experience: the empirical and the transcendental. The transcendental is the ultimate reality, and from that issues forth the multiple empirical phenomena. Well, this is the Indian approach to consciousness, that we have one ultimate reality, which is a self-existence, sui generis, beginningless and endless. Anitavatam sodhayat dekam. This is the statement of a Vedic rishi, and the Vedic rishi also says that eko aham bahusyam iti. I am one, but let me multiply. So from a unitary state of consciousness, there is a springing up of multiplicity. One gets diversified into the multiple. Rupam, rupam, pratirupam babhuva. We have infinite forms of diversity. Same reality gets diversified. So at the ultimate real, there are no differences. At the ultimate real level, we have pure consciousness. And this pure consciousness can only be experienced in a particular state of our existence. But so far as the diversity is concerned, you can experience it through your senses, through your mind. But then, what exactly is its nature? What exactly are the relations it has with the diversity? It's debatable. It is enigmatic. Existence of consciousness is indisputable, but its nature, its functioning, and its relationship are subject to dispute. And here you have variety of opinion, different opinions. Of course, we do aspire to have a unanimity, but there is no such unanimity. We have different viewpoints, and those viewpoints are all limited. They are all stemming from one's own mental makeup. And therefore, at the empirical level, you may not have a single theory explaining the diverse reality or multiple expositions of a reality. But one thing is quite sure. The Rishi points out that it is the one which gets expressed into multiple. And therefore there is underlying unity. One gets diversified into multiple, and therefore this can easily explain the intra and internal relationship among different facets of consciousness. Indian thinkers have adopted what I would call as a integral, holistic approach to consciousness. It is an organismic approach. Just as in an organism there are multiple organs, one organism has diversified organs. Every organ has its own place. Every organ has its own nature. Every organ has its own function. But it is all coordinated. Here you don't have any disharmony. One eye and the other eye are not disharmonious. Eye and ears are not disharmonious. This is the nature of the diversified reality which our rishis, munis have given us in their advice. And therefore they say that you must have a dual approach. One approach to the ultimate unifying principle, and the other is the diversified empirical reality which is all integrated. In this process of exploring consciousness as the consciousness of the individual and the whole, what we find is that human being is the most evolved species. Human being alone is self-conscious and is conscious of other surrounding entities. Our existence is known to us most intimately, intuitively. We don't dispute our own existence. But so far as the surrounding universe is concerned, we know it inferentially. Just as I am conscious, other fellow beings are also conscious, and that consciousness is not only among the you can say apparently living beings. That consciousness is there in the vegetable kingdom, or even in the inanimate matter. This is the approach of Indian rishis, that even matter has consciousness. Annam vai Brahma. So consciousness is all pervasive. Consciousness is there everywhere. The only thing is that in some cases consciousness is more manifest. In some cases it is more dormant. And therefore the Upanishadic prayer is that from the state of dormant existence we should go to the enlightened one. So the prayer Satoma Sadgamaya, well, this is the what can be called as approach to consciousness. So far as a human being is concerned, we find that manifestation of consciousness is in a waking state, it is in a dream state, in dreamless state, and in a state which is beyond these three. So Mandukya Karika, Mandukya Upanishad's commentary discusses in detail how there are these four states of consciousness in a human being, and what is their nature and the mode of functioning. At the level of waking state, dream state, and dreamless state, we have a conditioning by space, time, and causation. And you can have a discernment of the location. We can locate the body and its functions. We can locate the dream state and the dream objects. In deep sleep also we can do so, but only on waking we realize that we had this sort of experience. But the fourth one, we call it Turiya, is beyond such conditioning, and therefore it cannot be located. It transcends all conditioning, and therefore I use the word non-locatability, can't be located. So non-locatability would mean that it is the all-pervasive character of consciousness. Now we therefore have twofold approach to consciousness. One we call as vyavaharika, empirical, and the other is paramarthika, transcendental. So far as a transcendental aspect of reality is concerned, there is certainty, indisputability. There cannot be any doubt or denial about it. But the only thing is that it is amenable only to the pure soul, to rishis and munis, and it comes out of a required sadhana. Our ancient rishis have given us the mode of that sadhana, which leads us to that experience of the transcendental reality. But so far as the empirical manifestations of consciousness are concerned, well, here you have a diversity of opinion. And some people may deny the very existence of consciousness. Some may say, oh, consciousness is only an epiphenomenon of matter. So we have, broadly speaking, two approaches at the empirical level. One is that it is the matter which begets consciousness, and the other is it is consciousness which begets a matter. So the dominant position in Indian thought is that it is consciousness which is manifested in matter. And matter, therefore, is the initial form of consciousness, and matter can evolve into pure consciousness. So Sri Aurobindo has talked of this process of evolution of consciousness. So we therefore find that all empirical manifestations of consciousness can be approached even scientifically, but then there is one deficiency with the scientific method. Mostly we try to resort to scientific method because it seems to be respectful and reputed. So scientists try to understand consciousness, the phenomenal consciousness. They don't have that equipment to go to the transcendental. So the transcendental is left out from their investigation, and they only investigate the empirical. And here also, the empirical method of investigation has its own limitations, because it begins with observation. Observation may suffer from mal-observation or non-observation. So empirical method has its own limitation. Within that limited equipment, we try to understand empirical manifestation of consciousness. Kindly excuse me, the scientists may not like this sort of understanding, but this is a fact that our understanding of different facets of empirical consciousness is enigmatic. We do believe that there is consciousness, and that's why we try to study consciousness, but we fail to understand it in its totality, in a holistic way. And we also do not understand as to what is the relationship between consciousness and body, consciousness and our senses, consciousness and our mind or intellect, and so forth. Indian thinkers pointed out that all these entities are, you can say, adjuncts, pertain to us. We do possess body, we do possess senses, we do possess mind and intellect, and we can make use of them to fathom consciousness. But we most often result in faltering results, faltering investigations, because our method also is truncated and limited, and therefore I suggest that there should be a harmony, a complementary relationship between science and spirituality. In spirituality, you have the holistic approach.
Professor,
and
but
therefore,
may I request you to make your concluding thoughts? And
okay, please, okay. So, in a holistic approach, which I would call as spiritualistic, there is always a sort of reconciliation between the ultimate and the empirical, and the empirical is not explained away in the whole. It is accommodated, but it is pointed out that there should not be any lopsided approach to study the whole. You can study different parts of the whole, but then you have to integrate your investigation, and should have an integrated approach, a holistic approach, and this is what Upanishads have taught us. Because the parts do not exist by themselves, the parts cannot function by themselves, they function in relation to the whole, they contribute to the whole, and it is the whole which takes care of every part. So there is some sort of a reciprocity. There is some sort of interrelationship. So it is this approach which I think is a healthy approach, and if you can make a spirituality scientific, and we can make a science spiritual, if we can have a sort of a marriage of the two, I think that will be more helpful in exploring consciousness. But the point is that in exploring consciousness, we have to begin with experience, not abstract speculation or partial experimentation. We have to begin with experience. This experience should be something which is unconditional, though very difficult to get it, that sort of experience, but we should begin with experience. The experience can be codified in scriptures. Some people have recited scriptures also here, And this codification in speakers like Aham Brahmasmi or Tattvamasi, etc., etc., Mahavakyas, they are called. Well, they are to be explained critically, rationally, through our critical faculty. So, triple, you can say, foundation of exploration is there: Anubhuti, Shruti, and Yukti. All the three should be taken help of in their togetherness. And if we do that, I think we may make some headway in exploring consciousness. Otherwise, if we may go on separately, independently, without caring for the results of the other sister investigations, we may not arrive at any finality or any conclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Bhatt. There's no need to apologize to scientists, because the notion that knowledge comes from double-blind, placebo-controlled studies is poverty of epistemology. Thank you also for pointing out that perhaps consciousness is indisputable, but its nature, there can be disputation and differences. And thank you also for pointing out the issue of the yogi paradigm, coming back to the whole issue of childhood, to draw your attention to Alexander von Gontard's book, Buddhist Understanding of Children's Spirituality, how for a child, the first sighting of a rainbow with the awe and wonder itself is an aspect of consciousness that is awe-inspiring. So awe and wonder as part of consciousness. Ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure next to introduce Professor Stefan Schwartz, talking on non-local consciousness and the anthropology of religions and spiritual practice. Professor Schwartz is a distinguished associate scholar in the California Institute of Human Science. He was the founder and former research director of the Mobius Lab and the former director of research of the Rhine Research Center. As we know, his work on the consciousness of independent of space and time, non-locality, in other words, and the remote viewing of archaeology, his 130 technical papers, being an inspiring person, produced and written so many television documentaries. But more than that, I'd like to draw your attention to what Stephen Laurie spoke yesterday about near-death experience in his talk. It would interest you to know that Professor Schwartz in 2013, in Explore, the Journal of Science and Healing, wrote a paper called Crossing the Threshold, Non-Local Consciousness and the Burden of Proof. And at the end of the paper, he writes about post-traumatic stress disorder and near-death experience, which is of deep interest to the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, where this conference is being held. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Stefan Schwartz.
Okay. I think before I begin, I better give you some context about myself. I am an experimentalist. I'm not a theoretician. I'm not a philosopher. I am interested only in objectively verifiable information. And what I'm going to talk about now is based entirely on experimental data that has been reviewed and published in peer-reviewed journals, and it represents the best kind of thinking about the subject that we have. So I'm not speculating, I'm not theorizing, and I want to start, I guess, by asking this question: why does religion exist? Why does it exist? Now, very interestingly, we see from the archaeological data that religion dates back at least 430,000 years. In excavations in Spain, Uzbekistan, and France, sites have been found with Neanderthal that represent clearly that they had a sense of spiritual beliefs and a sense of the continuity of consciousness. Why? If you think about it, materialism, physicalism, only has been around for 459 years as of today. It begins with the Council of Trent, the 19th Ecumenical Council of the Roman Catholic Church, which was convened in Trento and Bologna, Italy, from 1545 to 1563. It was called for several reasons. One was the beginning of the Protestant Reformation movement, and the other was the fact that science as an activity was beginning to develop as a separate cultural function, Galileo's telescope being an example. And after the 25 meetings of the Roman authorities in these ecumenical meetings, they issued an edict. And they said everything that has to do with spirit, read consciousness, that's our world. Everything that has to do with physical reality, that's you in science, that's your world. But if you cross over into our world and we can get our hands on you, we will kill you. And they did, by the thousands. And the result was that science split off from religion, and scientists, although many still maintained interest in these subjects, Newton's interest in alchemy being one example, they didn't talk about it. We have no idea why Newton and Newton believed with equal passion about gravity and alchemy. We know he must have had some sense of consciousness, but we don't know what it is. So when I look at religion as an experimentalist that dates back 430,000 years to another earlier hominid species, I ask myself why. And the answer, I think, is because religion is focused on opening to non-local consciousness. Now, what do I mean by non-local consciousness? The term, by the way, non-local consciousness, was coined in 1981 by Larry Dossey, a researcher and best-selling author and founder of the journal Explore. Non-local consciousness is that aspect of consciousness which is not physiologically based. It is not limited by space and time. We know this, and I will get into some of the experimental evidence, but I have a very limited time. In any case, if you look at religion from that perspective, what you see is that it looks like an empirical science, in which, when you examine the foundations of all the religions, you put aside the dogmas and the cultural aspects, and you just look at how in every culture of humanity, across the entire course of humanity, religion developed. The answer, I think, is that religion begins when you look at its origins, because it is about opening to non-local consciousness. This aspect of consciousness which exists before you incarnate and continues after corporeal death. This eternal self, what religion in the West calls the soul. Now, you in India did not have this Council of Trent problem, and so in your culture, the idea of non-local consciousness still continues and thrives. But in the West, it died off and is only now reawakening as the materialist paradigm begins to confront the anomalies, just as Thomas Kuhn described, that are forcing it into crisis. Now, when you look at religions, I'll just give you three. Look at all the enduring religions. You see that they all begin with one individual who has a non-local consciousness experience. The Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, a young nobleman, goes up to Adar Kalami's ashram and gets taught how to meditate and awakens. Jesus comes from Galilee to the Jordan to be baptized by John the Baptist, and he goes into the desert and meditates and awakens. Muhammad goes off to the sacred cave of Hira. He meditates, has an experience in which he sees the Archangel Gabriel, culturally appropriate, and he awakens. So every one of these religions awakens because an individual has a non-local consciousness experience. And if you think about the contexts and forms of religion, regardless of culture, you put aside the scriptures and the dogmas, what you find is in every culture across all of history, the same elements spontaneously appear because it is an empirical science of consciousness. For instance, let me just go through some of them. Why do we go to churches or synagogues or temples or monasteries? Why do we go to the same place to gather? What is the evidence for that? There are certainly cultural reasons, but what drives that? The answer is because we know from experimental research that acts of intentioned observation produce an informational enriching process in the non-local level that makes them more numinous. As Carl Jung said, noumena are psychic entia outside of space-time. And so when you begin to think about this, you begin to realize what we're looking at in what we call reality is actually an information phenomena of information architectures created by intentioned consciousness. Now, for instance, how do we know that this numinosity occurs? Well, in remote viewing research, and I'm one of the people that created remote viewing, we know that it is easier for a remote viewer to see Chartres Cathedral than it is a warehouse of the same physical size. Now, why is that? And the answer is because from the moment it was conceived, Chartres Cathedral has been the focus of intentioned observation by thousands, millions of people, whereas a French warehouse draws no attention at all while you drive by it. And we've done experiment after experiment like this in which we find that whenever the target is a highly numinous target, it is easier for people who try to open to non-local consciousness to see it than if it is a target of low numinosity. Why is meditation in those three stories of the founding of Buddhism, Christianity, and Islam, why is the key thing that happens meditation? Now, yesterday, the presenters went through a lot of the physical stuff that goes on, the psychophysical activity in the brain. But I want to address another issue which doesn't get a lot of attention, and that is we know from experimental research that the ability to attain and sustain intentioned, focused awareness, however you do it, and there are many ways, is the key to opening to the non-local aspect of your consciousness. It is an aspect which is fundamental to your beingness. So it's not how you do the meditation so much
as all forms of meditation, the function is to suppress the normal sensory activity of our neuroanatomy, which floods us with information. It's hot, it's cold, I'm tired, my back aches, all that sort of stuff, or all of the sort of mundane thoughts. Will my boss like me? Will the woman I'm taking out like me? Will the man I'm going out with like me? All of that stuff falls away, and you become quiet. In religion, they speak of the still small voice. What they're talking about is this non-local aspect of consciousness, which is a core part of your being. And in every religion, whether it's Hindu temples, Buddhist monasteries, Christian seminaries, Japanese martial art dojos, whatever, they all teach meditation. Why do they do that? And the answer is because, as a basis of empirical science, humans have learned that when you can attain and sustain intention-focused awareness, you can open to this part of yourself that gives you access to the eternal self. And when you do that, we know from the experimental evidence, you can get information about anything. I have watched people from around the world look at a blank piece of map from which all the colors and names have been taken away, so it's just an outline of something. They don't know where it is. And I say to them, for instance, is Cleopatra's palace located within the confines of this map? And if they say yes, I say, would you please locate it for me? And they make a little circle on the map. And where a number of people pick the same location, that's where I go and look. And that's how I found Cleopatra's palace and Mark Antony's palace and the lighthouse of Pharos, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. That's how I found Christopher Columbus's caravel, how I found all sorts of other things, the Brig Leander in the Bahamas. How are people able to go back thousands of years in time to get information and describe it in detail that is as fine as a 16th of an inch? Think about that. That's what freaks people out in the American government about remote viewing, because it meant there were no secrets. And that a remote viewer could look at a politician and find out, is he having an affair? Is he taking corrupt graft? Freaks people out to realize that when we open to non-local consciousness, we join with this unity of consciousness. And when we do that, we can obtain information about anything. And in fact, if you look at how people have creative moments of creative breakthroughs, or religious epiphanies, or do just remote viewings, and you ask them, what was the experience like? They all tell you the same thing. I went into a state of consciousness. Thank you. I went into a state of consciousness in which I had this image of whatever, and I just knew. I don't know how I knew, but I just knew. And so in every religion on earth for all of time, back to the pre-Homo sapiens, the idea was you can make access to this part of yourself, and every religion in the world develops some technique for doing this, because it is an empirical science. You have one individual who has an experience and whose beingness is so compelling that other people stop and listen to him. I had 2 friends, a man named Ishwar Sharma, who was the chairman of philosophy at Jaipur University, who also came to become the head of the I Am a Human Church, I think it's called. I can't think of the way it's described in Hindu. But in any case, and another woman, Margaret Burke White, a famous photographer, and both of whom got to know Gandhi. And I asked them, what was he like? I mean, he's this little man in the dhoti, and he has no money. He has no official position. How did this man get India liberation and independence without a war? The United States couldn't do it. And in fact, I can't find another example around the world. And they all said to me the same thing that Gandhi said about himself. There was just something about him that moved you and made you want to support what he was doing. And when, just before he was assassinated, the Times of India sent a reporter up to interview him, the reporter said, my editor sent me up here to ask a single question. How did you force the British to leave India without a war? You had no army. You have no money. You have no official position. How did you force them to leave and give up their most precious colonial possession? And Gandhi's answer was, it's not what we did that mattered, although that mattered. It's not what we said that mattered, although it did matter. It was the nature of our character, who we were as people, that made the British choose to leave India. Note the change in the verbs from force to choose. Religions understand that when groups of people gather together and hold common intention, they can create social change. You gather in this sacred space that becomes sacred because it is the focus of intentioned observation by hundreds or thousands or millions of people. You gather there. You make a statement of affirmation. If you're a Christian, it's the Nicene Creed. If you're a Jew, it's the Shema. I don't know what it is. If you were a Hindu, I apologize for not knowing that. And then you go in, and there is a period of singing, dancing, or chanting. Now, why? Why does that happen? Andrew Newberg, a neuroscientist, asked that very question, and so they hooked people up to EEGs. And what they found as the service went on was when they sang or danced or chanted together or drummed, doesn't matter, that's all the cultural part, all their brains entrained. Everybody's brain begins to entrain, and they hold a common linked purpose. They become linked at the non-local level. And when they hold their intention, they are moved deeply psychologically by what they experience. And then there is a moment where in many cultures, many religions, and why does this happen all across the world? And it's always the same. There is a period where people can have, not all the people, not all the time, but some of the people, some of the time, have publicly non-local experiences. They prophesy, they heal, they speak in tongues, whatever. Because they are having a non-local consciousness experience, and that is witnessed by the group, the congregation, and that affirms the reality of what they have been doing and the power of their service. How much time have I used it all up?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Some
A bunch of other
remarks.
things I wanted to get into, but okay, I will quit. Anyway, I want to say one final thing. How do groups of individuals and small groups change the course of history? Here is the answer, and it's quite simple, and you can do it. Every day, you make dozens of little choices quotidian choices, I call them. Mundane, ordinary. The cat food you buy, the toothpaste you buy, the towel you buy, the shirt you buy, whatever. If you, when you are faced with that kind of decision, always choose of the options that are available to you, to the best of your understanding at that moment, that you will choose the option that is the most compassionate, life-affirming, and fostering of well-being, and you will tell 10 of your friends that you're doing it as a discipline and invite them to join and ask 10 of their friends, and so forth and so on. The people that are in this room at this moment, if they will do this, commit to this as a discipline, can change the course of India's history to foster well-being. It is up to you. Are you prepared to stand to do this? Are you prepared to become an agent of change for well-being? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Schwartz. And this is indeed what Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi wrote in one of his letters when he said, the decisions that I take, what does it mean to the common man? The frequency with which Carl Gustav Jung is occurring would be music to the ears of many students of psychology here. Thank you very much, Dr. Schwartz, for pointing out the validity of one person's non-local experience. Therefore, the subjectivity of lived experience of people has as much validity as the rest of the scientific endeavors. This would resonate well when you hear what Geshe Norbu has to say when he speaks of mind, mental factors, and meditation. As we know, he is the director of the Seraje Buddhist Monastic University in Bailakuppe, which is a couple of 100 kilometers from here. He graduated as a Geshe Lingse. But what would be of interest to many of you is that from 2016 onwards, with Mareike van Woert from the University of Groningen and Amir Moir from the University of Bern, who have been coming to the monastery to study the brain functions of meditating monks. And they call it monastic debating, and they believe that the higher levels of analytic meditation are as valid as other forms of meditation. And they've been doing the kind of rigorous scientific experiment, Dr. Schwartz, that you've been speaking of, which is hooking up people, hooking up these monks as they engaged in monastic debating to really look at neurological and neurophysiological functioning. Ladies and gentlemen, Geshe Norbu.
First of all, I'm deeply humble. For the past 2 days, this progression of the session is amazingly overwhelming. So from the beginning, I would like to thank the NIMHANS and India Foundation, and also Dr. Bindu Kutu and Dr. Ravindra for giving me this opportunity to share some of my experience. So when I share this experience, it's basically from my spiritual upbringing, which has something to do with the scientific research also. And then with that, I was quite amazed from the two previous speakers. I think my talk has basically already shared by the experienced speaker before me. So it might be somewhat like a repetitive, but I hope you'll be able to retain your attention and stay focused, as Dr. Schwartz just said. So the tradition that I'm coming from, as normally is identified as a Tibetan Buddhist. Within Tibetan Buddhists, there are 4 different sects based on the early translations and the lineage. So I'm from Geluk school. So my understanding, and there are some differences. So I will basically share from this school of thought. And with that, I also want to add one thing. When we are identified as a Tibetan Buddhist, our spiritual guru, His Holiness Dalai Lama, would prefer to identify us as a Nalanda tradition, followers of Nalanda tradition. So we want to go back to the origin. And this also make me more humble to be in presence of Indians and sharing actual your knowledge back to you. So it's a kind of making me a little bit nervous, but still hopefully with your grounded ahimsa and compassion, you'll be able to go through my talk. So the topic that I choose here is mind, mental factors and meditation. This was pre-planned, but as I reached the conference here, I thought I should change the topic. But as the presentations go on, I found out that it's very reliable. Good to share this idea because there are some scientists who share about meditations, and there are some others who want to comprehend the idea or the notions of consciousness in different aspects. So I thought there are some that I can add and then make the study of consciousness more comprehensive. So here, the mind and mental factors. Let me just warn you, as other previous speakers has warned, the term itself, we are using English term, and here mind, and from my understanding, Buddhist, the Nalanda traditions background, we use mind and consciousness as interchangeable term. So I will go to mind and sometimes consciousness, so it's the same. Not a little bit different from the Advaita, Vedanta traditions and others, where mind is more grosser, but here I will just use mind and consciousness as same term. So the presentation's outlines is why knowing mind and mental factors are important for Buddhists, and what is mind, what are the mental factors, some of the practical application already shared by Professor Schwartz, and then meditation, and then different levels of consciousness, because Nalanda traditions follow sutras as well as the Vajrayana tradition. So I'll briefly touch on the different levels of consciousness, and then the approach, the ongoing approach on research on consciousness. There are some ideas that I want to also put forward, mostly similar as done by the previous speakers. So here, why Buddhists are, very much involved in studying mind and mental factors. There is a quote I want to put, that's from Dhammapada. Do not commit any evil, practice supreme virtue, thoroughly tame your mind. And this is the teaching of Buddha. So with that, and we also believe that Buddha taught 84,000 different versions of Dharma to eliminate 84 different mental afflictions. So based on that, I think why it's important for us as a practitioner to study mind and mental factors. And then I have a photo here. Okay, sorry. It's not going back. It's going forward. Reverse is not working. It's keep forwarding. Can you? Oh, okay. Is this the lower key? Okay, okay. You can use this. Yeah, I'm using this, but you know. Oh, okay, okay. So I have here shown a picture of text that's there in Tibet. These texts are originally from India. So in future, if there are so many young Indians, I would encourage them to translate these texts back to Sanskrit. Hopefully that will happen, and then there will be a lot of resources. And then I would like to, put the quote here by His Holiness from the book Universe in Single Atom. I'm not going to go detail into this. And then I feel myself, when I try to conceive consciousness, if I am doing from a certain perspective, a certain aspect, then I might fall into this dilemma. And then what's mind? From our understanding, a little bit different from the other tradition, we define mind from mind based on its nature and its potential or capability. So here you can see mind, there are two bolded terms, clarity and awareness. So these are the, clarity is the nature of the mind, and the awareness is the function of the mind. So clarity here, it also means non-physical ability to reflect. Any object that appears to it, it can reflect. And then awareness, it's able to conceive or perceive or comprehend that object. And so there are different ways to understand mind and mental factors, and different categories there. So here I will basically focus on the 6 types. The first 5 are sensory, and then we have a mental experience, which is beyond different from sensory experiences. And then there are mental factors. There are different texts, different ways of categorizing mental factors. I will basically focus on the Abhidhamma Sutta by Asanga, Arya Asanga. So there are 51 mental factors, and then I will you'll see you can see the table here. But as I had planned, as I said, that Professor Schwartz has already touched the intention, attention, and mindfulness. That these 3 mental factors that are very important to understand what is consciousness. So here, these are the 3 tools that meditators use to get to the actual consciousness. So I will briefly share what is intention here. Intention, it has the functions of motivating actions of thought, body, and speech. So it's somewhat acts like a magnet which attract the iron powders. So likewise, intention is very important mental factors for the mind to get to the object. And then I just put it here just to create some awareness about the issues, because the direct pickers, I really appreciate and applaud them, although they are not intentionally trying to clean the environment, but they are the most huge contributor to preserve our environment. So intention or not, their action is well accepted. And then attention, as you know, why we need attention. So there are lots of research done on the importance of attention. So from our understanding, attention, it is a mental engagement. It has the functions of mentally apprehending the object. So that's also from compendium of knowledge. And then because of short of time, I will just walk through this. And then mindfulness, which has become very catchy words and very popular, but some top scholars, Tibetan Buddhist scholars, keep reminding the world that if we reduce, Buddhism is just reduced to meditation, and meditation is reduced to just mindfulness, then there is a problem. So it's much more than that. So mindfulness is a mental factors which is applied to when we are meditating. So meditating does not mean, I think I need not share here at this audience, because the Indians are well informed in meditation. So mindfulness is a factor which brings back when the attention is lost. So it helps to bring back the attention. And then the term meditation. Let me just briefly inform you that term meditation, because earlier some of the speakers share about different types of meditations. So the basic meditations require the tools or the mental factors that I just shared. So that's for the basic one. And then the meditation, the term in Tibetan, it's called gom. Gom means it can be the process as well as the result. So there are two terms in Tibetan called gom and kom. Gom means to familiarize, and then kom means the result where you get habituated. You are your minds are stabilized, and then you are able to use it in any way that you want to. So that's and then there are two types of meditations. One pointed meditation, as in Indian tradition called shamatha meditation, and then we, as our speaker just shared, the debate methodology comes under analytical meditation, where you use different mental factors to analyze the logics and all these things. And then let me just briefly touch on the different levels of consciousness. We define the levels of consciousness based on its subtle and grosser level of consciousness. This is from the sutras perspective, where we say, like as Professor S.R. Bhatt shared and other speakers shared, we define the consciousness as different level, awake state, which is grosser, and then sense conscious, and then mental conscious. Within awake state, there are two: sense consciousness and then mental consciousness. So sense is more grosser than the mental consciousness, based on the basis that it depends on. And then dreaming state within the and then dreamless, and then there's a deep sleep. So dreamingless and the deep sleeps, you can, it's similar. And then Vajrayana perspective has a different or more deeper understanding of levels of consciousness. Here, sense consciousness, the most grossest, and then mental consciousness, as I mentioned earlier. Then there is 80 conceptions, and then there's 4 more to go. Like first 3, they're namely like luminous appearance, based on the spirituals, the yogis, what do you call that? Visualization, or based on that, it's named. So there's no colors and all these things. It's like non-physical. So here, luminous appearance, and then luminous radiance is much subtler, and then the luminous immense, that's the third one. And then the subtlest consciousness, as we call like clear light consciousness, that's the subtlest consciousness. That the scientist has already started a collaboration with us. Dr. Bindu and Dr. Ravinda will be joining this collaboration. So there we are studying different meditators. This is already been observed, I think more than 20 years, particularly by Dr. Richard Davidson. So it's known as a Thukdam in Tibetan, where the meditators, the practitioners, when they pass away, when they are clinically declared dead, but they are able to retain their physical body fresh for many days. The last one, I think in last year, in March, last March, one practitioner who was able to remain without any decompositions, he was able to retain his body for more than 31 days. So we have documented all these things. But the irony is that, this is the traditional way of exploring into consciousness. Like, as I just shared, Abhidharma focus on examination of causal processes. I have no time to go into that. And then Buddhist epistemology talks about the characters of perception and all these things. And Vajrayana use different methods, including physical, yogic practice, where you get to that subtle level of consciousness. So lastly, I want to just share the new approach that His Holiness has been pursuing, and then many speakers has also raised the issue similar. So His Holiness quoted here, what is required if science is successfully to probe the nature of consciousness is nothing short of a paradigm shift. That is the third-person perspective that science follows right now, which can measure phenomena from the point of view of an independent observer, must be integrated with a first-person perspective, just I shared, and also Dr. Schwartz has mentioned, and other, which will allow the incorporation of subjectivity and the qualities that characterize the experience of consciousness. That's the future. And His Holiness, that's a book from His Holiness, Universe in the Single Atom, written, I think, more than decades ago. And he asked scientists to, change or, modify the way of doing research. But not only that, he encouraged the spiritual peoples like us, monks, to study modern science, so that we will be able to collaborate much efficiently. And then not only, you can see some in the audience, they are also collaborating with the scientists. Some has received training in scientific methodology, including using equipments like EEG and other equipments. So the process has already started. We are the guinea pigs. And then hopefully in the near future, you'll see result out of this. And then I will just, for the audience, if they have interest to go through more deeper understanding of what I presented, I have shown here 4 books, sources that you can read in English. The Universe in Single Atom, The Advice on Dying, and then there are 2 books which has come out. You can purchase these books online. With that, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think you ended on the same point that Professor Bhatt spoke about when he referred to science, science studying spirituality and spirituality studying science. And that would be a marriage made in heaven, I think. Laura Riskeldieva is unable to join us. I wish she could have. It would have been interesting to listen to the whole concept of SMISL, which is sense, meaning, significance, purpose, and essence. And again, from any students of psychology, this is a concept that came from Lev Vygotsky, and it's the dialogue with Kurt Lewin's field theory. So meaningful field construct, which is essentially what the premise of this 3-day conference has been. What is the field construct that we are working within when we speak of consciousness? So since Laura is unable to join us, we will take some questions. May I have a show of hands? Anyone? I got 1, I got 2. Let's start with Dr. Lakshman first. I'll come to you next, sir. Can we pass the mic to Dr. Lakshman here, please? Any of the volunteers? Here, right here. Sir? Sir? A mic here, please. Dr. Lakshman?
My first question is to Dr. Bhatt, whose talk I enjoyed enormously, because he was very clear that it's very difficult for scientists to measure the transcendental. Yeah. So you said direct experience. That is without reason, without logic. The only way you can do that is through intuition, because that is the direct experience without logic. And there is such a thing called a spiritual trance. Maybe our rishis intuited the truth and went to the quantum field because of this. One. Two, Dr. Schwartz, Bapu talks about the small still voice in his head. In the Sabarmati ashram, before he started the Dandi march, he specifically says, I've been meditating for 21 days, and I've got the small silent voice has spoken to me, and I'm going to start my march. Yeah, and if it weren't for that cold night in that wayside station in South Africa, Pietermaritzburg, when he went through the night of the dark night of his soul, which I think if you bring him to NIMHANS today, you will probably call it post-traumatic stress disorder, right, because he was kicked off the train. Yeah, but I think Bapu had enormous powers of sublimation, and he was used that experience to, get us independence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bhatt, your response?
Yeah. To my mind, scientific method, as it is prevalent today, is inherently limited. It begins with observation, but in observation there is an observer and the object which is to be observed, and the observer affects the object, and therefore understanding of the object is basically truncated, limited, and sometimes our observation may go astray also. We may falter in our observation, so at the starting point itself we may go astray. That's the basic limitation. And this apart, it is limited to only the observed phenomena. But what about those which transcend the observed phenomena? Their scientific method has no sway.
Yeah. Right. Dr. Schwartz, your response?
Yeah, please.
I'm not sure I fully understood the question. Yes, well, then I did get it. Yes, I agree with you. Yes, I was very struck by this. As I said, I met these two people when I was much younger who had spent a lot of time with Gandhi. And they were with him just before the Salt March started. And these were Americans and one Indian, Ishwar Sharma, and they both said exactly the same thing. And I was always been very struck by that, and it's always been a beacon that I follow.
Thank you very much. Before your question, Lakshman, I will give you a talisman whenever you're in doubt or when the self becomes too much with you. Apply the following test. Recall the face of the poorest and the weakest man whom you may have seen, and ask yourself, if the step you contemplate is going to be of any use to him, will he gain anything by it? Will it restore him to a control over his life and destiny? In other words, will it lead to Swaraj for the hungry and spiritually starving millions? Then you will find your doubt in yourself melting away. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. Sir?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. This is a question for Professor Schwartz, and this could connect to what Monk Geshe said. You referred to the remote viewing at some point, and remote viewing location of something outside. If my contact is correct, Nancy has been doing a lot of work in this particular area in US, and NYPD uses this at least occasionally to locate the criminals and other people. So there is a state application for this particular thing, which means you project the consciousness or consciously travel out of the body, or at least view what is beyond the visual eye-ear distance. Geshe's observation of the meditation is looking inwards probably, referring to Nagarjuna's Preksha kind of meditations. So I would like to listen to the practical applications of the remote viewing, what you said. And I do not know whether I should connect it to the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, the Siddhi phenomena, where it gets connected. And that's what I referred earlier. If you are not able to establish that and deliver that, the entire base of majority of religion gets cut.
Thank you.
Your observation,
Dr. Schwartz, your response?
Yes, you make an important point. Meditation is holding this intention to open to non-local consciousness, and we have done all kinds. I mean, I've tested at this point, I think 27,000 people, and meditators routinely do better than non-meditators at doing remote viewing, because meditation teaches them how to attain and sustain intentioned focused awareness. And that's the key to the whole thing. Once you learn how to do that, you can get information about anything. You can locate things. We've solved crimes. We've found missing people. I mean, when you open to the non-local, you become linked with the informational architecture of the non-local domain. Space-time is a subset of the non-local domain. It's not that it's a projection, it's that what we call reality is, in fact, a creation of intention consciousness, and we are a subset of the non-local. At least that's what the evidence is telling us, and that what all of this is about is information. So to me, the two big questions, I don't have an answer, is what is consciousness and what is information? If you look at the reincarnation research, for instance, of Ian Stevenson and now Jim Tucker, they have thousands of these cases in which people reincarnate with wound tissue or birthmarks from previous incarnations. So where is all that? Well, what's coming across, which affects your genetic structure, is information which forms you in this new incarnation. So once you get this ability to attain and sustain intention focused awareness, depending on your intention, you become a different person, because you have access to a part of yourself that most people don't. And it changes the choices you make. It changes the way you look at the world. You see yourself and you recognize that all life is interconnected and interdependent. I mean, I recognize from listening to the conference as we've gone along that much of, I'm familiar with Patanjali, much of this has been a part of the Indian tradition for thousands of years, because you didn't go through the Council of Trent, so it never split. And I've been very struck by the presentations that have been made. And I think if it were up to me, I would teach every child in every school in the world how to meditate.
Thank you. Yeah. And yes, Father, a succinct, quick question, and Alex, you'll be the final intervention.
My question is to Geshe-la Norbu. So you have given how the transformation of the consciousness is happening and through meditation. And I came to know that, you know, in your training period for becoming a Buddhist monk and then for your Geshe-la, there is a book written by Shantideva where Bodhisattva Charyavadara, he speaks about almost 80 varieties of anger. And then how years of training is transforming you. So very briefly, will it be possible for you to just explain how this is done?
Not to mention the 84,000 maladies. I'm sure DSM-6 and ICD-12 will be very interested in the 84,000 maladies.
Thank you, Father, for asking this question. from, as I said, from an experimental, experience point of view, the book just you mentioned has huge influence on me also. I was born here in India, in Karnataka, to a refugee family. And at a very young age, I was sent to a boarding school far from my parents. So I went through lots of challenges in boarding school, as you know, boarding schools. And then I was at a stage where I might become somewhat like a social kind of a person. Fortunately, I have a very good uncle, a Buddhist monk, who took me under his care and taught me how to read Tibetan scriptures. So I was very young, 8 years old at that time. So he put me on his lap and then keep the scripture, as you just mentioned, Shantideva's text, and taught me words by words how to read. At that time, I was just reading without knowing any meanings. Later, I came to know that the chapter that he used, there are 10 chapters in total. He was using the 6th chapter. The chapter is on patience. So this is one antidote which is required for me to become more sensible. So there are lots of, I'm not able to go to the whole text, but this text is already translated in English. I always recommend to the people who approach me. So let me just briefly share you the inspiration that I get when I visit, 10 years back, 20 years back, when I visit Indian cities. People identify as those who are like Shaolin monks. So all the time, Indians, young Indians, approach us to teach martial arts. That was the time. And now, recently, I've been traveling a lot. So wherever I go in Indian city, including China, Pondicherry, everywhere, I met young Indians who came to me and asked to teach how to meditate. So that's the progress taking place. So I always recommend them to read Shantideva's text. Leave the first 3 chapters. This basically talk about the Bodhisattva's way of living, and then after that, training mind. So I recommend every young Indians.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a remarkable story. Professor Bhatt has a flight to catch, so we are. But Alex, if you can make it.
A very short question for Dr. Schwartz. What you imply about the non-local consciousness seems to be the physicists, speaking for myself, conception of time and the way we measure time on our watches for all of us and our mobiles is completely mixed up.
In the non-local domain, time is an information enricher. That is, it augments the information architecture of which whatever it is you're looking for is the physical manifestation. And also space. We know from actual research that it is as easy to describe something on another planet that can be tested as it is to describe the teacup hidden in a closet next door. Space doesn't matter. They have an informational enriching quality, but they are not limitations as they are in space-time.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Bhatt, Professor Stefan Schwartz, and Geshe Lormu. You put the mic on.
We'd like to thank the chairperson and the speakers for having contributed to such an enlightening discussion. Now I invite Professor Shekhar to proceed the press cyber. Okay. Yeah.
I'm finding this difficult to hold. I expect Professor.
No, we will hold and we'll take it back.
Sergi.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
You
just take it and then take the picture and then. You take it from him. Oh, yeah. Take him down. Okay.
I will hold it.
Now, Professor Stefan Schwartz. Huh? Yes, yes. Okay, and now for facilitating Geshi. Yeah. Should we hold it? Okay. I'd like to call Dr. Bindu to facilitate Shekhar Seshadri, Professor. Yeah.
Should I take the tray also? I need a tray desperately at home.
That brings an end to our session. I'll call Dr. Ravindra sir for starting our valedictory session.
Good afternoon. We are in our last leg of the 2 days of International Conference on Exploring Consciousness, from non-locality to non-duality, a man-machine debate. This particular conference, we have witnessed a lot of perspective of understanding consciousness, from philosophical perspective, neuroscience perspective, psychological perspective, spiritual and religious perspective, and anthropological perspective. That itself gives a testimony that consciousness is an area where multidisciplinary approach is the answer to explore consciousness. For this valedictory function, we have with us our esteemed guest, a multidisciplinary expert, starting from space science, music, and also a spiritual person by himself, is none other than Padma Bhushan Dr. K. Radhakrishnan, the former chairman of the prestigious, most prestigious Indian Space Research Organization. I, on the behalf of Center for Consciousness Studies and India Foundation and all of you, I request Dr. Bindu Madam to escort Dr. Radhakrishnan to the stage and to occupy the seat. Dr. Radhakrishnan, as we all witnessed his leadership qualities when he took an enormous amount of space programs when he was chairing the ISRO. In his tenure as a ISRO chairman, there was total about 37 space missions just in the span of about 7 years, among which has got a lot of international attention was Mangalyaan mission. The conceptualization and taking this Mangalyaan mission to its practicality was the greatest achievement of Dr. K. Radhakrishnan. Apart from this, India's first planetary exploration and induction of Indian cryogenic engine for GSLV, re-entry experiment with unmanned crew module to the space was also his brainchild, which has kept the India space program in tune to with that of NASA. Prior to Radhakrishnan taking as a chair of ISRO, he also held a lot of responsible positions in the different departments of ISRO. He was the director of Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, director of the National Remote Sensing Center, and also he was the founding director of Indian National Center for Ocean Information System. Recognizing his leadership in the space program, he had several key international assignments, especially with UN Committee on Peaceful Use of Outer Spaces, as well as UNESCO's Intergovernmental Oceanic Commission. And none other than the Nature International Weekly has coined him as the 10 people who mattered in the year 2014. And he's been the recipient of many honorary doctorates, 40 awards among nationally and internationally, among which, to mention a few, is Alan D. Immel Memorial Award of International Aeronautical Federation and many others. Apart from his passion to space science, as I mentioned earlier, he is also a musician. He's a Carnatic singer. And if you look at the YouTube, we can see Radhakrishnan in a different hat, right, with a dhoti and kurta and singing, right, with other musicians. So probably his devotion to the music probably would have led him to different conscious states and bring about a lot of creative ideas in the space mission. So with this, and also he is also chairman for many board of governors in many IITs of our country, including IIT Kanpur, IIT Ropar, and also on oversight committee of SARB. So I hereby welcome Dr. Radhakrishnan for this particular valedictory function, and I request him to please address us. So.
Good afternoon to all distinguished participants, and let me thank Dr. Ravindra for the nice introduction, and also Dr. Bindu M. Gutti for again enlightening us on some of the experimental studies that she has been carrying out here. When I got this invitation to participate in this international conference, I was asking myself, what is my relevance to be participating in this? Neither a scholar nor a student. But obviously, as a human being who believed that one's mind has to be under control to do things which are difficult, to do things in difficult times, and to mobilize the minds of thousands of people, experts, to achieve that single goal. Significantly today, September 24th, is important for me, for my colleagues in ISRO, past and present, and India. 80 years ago on this day, at this time, I was with my colleagues in Bengaluru, the deep space ground station, trying to process the first set of images that we got from our Mangalyaan of Mars. And that is a great day, a great moment. But if you look at how it was achieved and the term that was used by Dr. Ravindra, what mattered really is the mind of thousands of people got together to have that exciting mission done for the first time, and we did it successfully. If you look at Bhagavad Gita, the single lesson is Arjuna was a powerful warrior, but he became helpless and he needed Krishna to tell him that put your mind under control, then you can do everything. And that is what the remote viewer Sanjaya told at the end. Yatra Yogeshwara Krishna, Yatra Partho Dhanudhara. Tatra Shri Vijayo Bhudir Dhruva Nidir Madir Mama. All this will be there. So in every one of us, that Dhanurdhari and Yogeshwara, or this powerful body and that mind under control, are essential. And this is the essence of what is learned from this session today. Let me also come to another point. We deal with rocket science. And when you see on Doordarshan, those 10 to 20 minutes when a rocket takes off, it can be a successful mission, it can be a failure, it can be an accident. And this vehicle is built over 3 to 4 years by again thousands of people from various institutions in the country. And an act of omission by any one of these on any time can probably cause that accident or that failure. And that is where we require the unison of minds of all these people. And when you see those 500 people sitting there and managing that mission, there is only one thing in their minds, that this mission should be successful and I will do what is the best expected from me for this mission. And there is no question of what I will get out of it. And the state of mind at that point of time is what we call a mindfulness. There we live in the present, that particular moment. And we are ready to take any action that will be called for, any contingency that will be called for to be addressed to. And if one has to be in that state of mind, it requires certain practices, certain beliefs, certain values as a team. And we call this also team excellence. And that is where it comes together. It is the meeting of minds of all these people. And if that mind is in that state, you will ask the right question, you will have the right experts to look at the right issue, and then we resolve it. Let me give two practical examples. My first year as chairman ISRO, I had two missions that failed of GSLV. The first mission on 15th of April 2010 had the first cryogenic stage developed by India after 18 years of work of several people. It ignited, we were happy, but it did not continue. We had to face that situation. We are accountable for at least 400 or 500 crores of investment that has gone into it, and the people who have done it have to be also inspired to do more, and we had to move forward finding out what went wrong. Again, another one failed. We had a process of another 3 years to come back to the launch pad. August 2013, we were all ready. Media men were asking us the question, what is the mood of people in Sriharikota? How is the pulse rate going? And 1.5 hours just before the liftoff, we found that almost 1 ton of propellant had leaked from the rocket, which was ready in all respects for a liftoff, with all ignition systems put in place. Then we had to take that decision. And we called off the launch, took all the actions. At least 400 people worked for 2 weeks together. And this is something which we had never faced. And we did that and brought that vehicle back again in January, 5th of January 2014 for a launch. Now imagine the state of mind of all the people at that point of time, sitting in the mission control room and with the camera on and the world looking at it, Indians looking at it. But that is where the mind makes all the difference. Expertise is something, teamwork is something, but to take the decisions at that point of time. So this is something which is a subject which need to be understood and studied. And like if the minds of thousands of people could be brought together and say that in next 4 years we are going to have a mission to Mars and we do it successfully, it is how we direct that. The example of Mahatma Gandhi was told. We require several such people in this country, in this world, to make it a better place to live. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
So thank you very much for giving us the glimpse of what actually a mind control is when everybody's mind is watched from the collective mind. So sir mentioned about the mindfulness, how being in mindful plays a very important role. The Center for Consciousness Studies at NIMHANS has a legacy to explore the neurodynamics of mindfulness meditation from the perspective of sleep and cognition, which is led by Dr. Bindu M. Koti. Her contribution ranging from the animal studies to understand cognition sleep from the animals, and that has been taken over for the human studies, understanding sleep and cognition, emotion, and further into the effect of meditation, how meditation brings about neurodynamic changes in sleep, cognition, and emotion. So the contribution of the Department of Neurophysiology, which started these studies, has been recognized, and from last 2.5 years, this particular work has been translated into the establishment of Center for Consciousness Studies. So now the work has been highly recognized world over, and the madam has got a lot of awards, and to mention a very few, this Baldev Singh Oration Award, Award of Excellence in Neurophysiology, and Academic Excellence Award from the American Association of Physicians of India on sleep. So with this brief introduction, now I request Dr. Bindu to make a presentation.
Very good afternoon, and we have come to an end of the 2 days conference with the conclusion from Dr. Ravindra. I thought I will be sharing with you some of our studies that we have undertaken in the Department of Neurophysiology, NIMHANS, on meditation. These experiments have been carried out to get an idea about how to take empirical studies to understand consciousness in future. So these are not directly related to, or to study consciousness. And in the last 2 days, now we have had many talks on meditation as a model to understand consciousness. So meditative techniques, you know that especially are excellent tools for neuroscientists to understand the numerous potentials of our brain. For example, especially with the introduction or invention of MRI study, MRI imaging technique, there are many studies have been carried out to understand how meditation practices induce various changes on the brain. Like, see, for example, how it brings changes in the physical structure of the brain and enhance the fiber tract integrity. So you can see that meditation induces various aspects of plasticity, and this is just to study the structural plasticity. And studies have shown that meditation, long-term meditation, that is meditation experience for more than 30,000 hours of meditation practices, how it induces various structural changes, how it enhances the cortical thickness. And it is not that indiscriminately it enhances the cortical thickness. It is only enhances the cortical thickness of certain areas of the brain. These areas are associated with attention control, emotion regulation and self-regulation, and awareness. So when these areas are activated, and you can see that there is an enhanced cognition, and this also reduces or you can see the dynamics of the central executive network with the DMN, and that regulates the DMN, that is the default mode network, and thus reduces mind wandering, rumination, and so on. And also you can see that the function, so it is the meditation practices not only induces various structural plasticity, it also induces various functional plasticity. For example, this is one example I just wanted to bring into your notice. Sahaja Marga meditation for almost more than 16 years of practice. The meditators have showed the enhancement of the fronto-midline theta. So fronto-midline theta is one of the specific, like the EEG wave activity that you can generate only with with a nervous system that has got with an extensive network activity. So that means an ordinary brain, we will not be able to study the FM theta or record of FM theta only when there is some kind of extensive plasticity. See, for example, through meditation, you can see or you can record this FM theta, and it has been shown that FM theta is associated with extreme, blissful, ecstatic state of meditation. So when you are meditating, you can see that it brings ecstatic state of happiness. This is, as you know, that meditative practices are initiated in ancient India as a tool to establish an ideal mind-body harmony. And it is through this mind-body harmony only this harmony only can bring inner peace and happiness. So these are all simple examples what we can study through neuroscience. And another example is, for example, this is mindfulness Buddhist meditation, and they have Lutz and his colleagues. This is Richard Davidson's group, and they have observed high gamma activity, and this high gamma activity is associated with, this is essential for binding of information, especially the quality of moment-to-moment awareness. So you know that Buddhist meditation, they use the mindfulness technique, and this moment-to-moment awareness is very present, time awareness is very important. So with this background, I will just share with you the studies, what we are doing in the department. So we have initially asked only one question, whether the proficiency and practice can influence brain states. And brain states across various conditions. See, for example, during meditation, when they are performing some cognitive task, as well as during sleep, when they are sleeping. So this is the simple question we have asked. And these are the EEG records we have recorded. You can see that this EEG looks like, this is from a novice meditator, less than 1,000 hours of meditation practice. And here you can see that the EEG record looks like a highly desynchronized waves. Whereas in this, just can you help me? Can someone help? Not pointer, yeah. Whereas in long-term meditators, you see that there is an enhanced synchronized oscillation you can see throughout the brain. So this enhanced synchronized oscillations indicate the brain integration. Brain integration means there is enhanced connectivity across the different parts of the brain. So this enhanced integration of brain is nothing but, when the whole brain is integrated, you are nothing but, you are only happy. You are, the inner peace and happiness you can experience. And what we have done, so we have just decomposed these EEG waves and looked at the power spectra. And we have seen that we could dissociate the EEG changes across different meditation techniques. See, for example, this is, we have studied in Vipassana meditation. And you all know that Vipassana meditation includes various meditation techniques. See, for example, they start the meditation with Anapana, that is nothing but breath awareness. Continue with the Vipassana. Then ends the meditation with a Metta Bhavana. So Metta Bhavana is just like generating loving kindness to yourself as well as to the outside. So you can see that the mental state, it is an emotionally intense state. Whereas here you can see Anapanasati and Vipassana, it is you are concentrating on the sensations and feeling that is going on your body and thoughts. So that is like, you can see that you have to give more, there is increased awareness and increased concentration. That means it is a cognitively intense state. And also across meditation groups, the novice as well as the senior meditators or long-term meditators. And we have observed, I think somebody should help me to, change the slide. So, and what we have observed, we have seen that across, whether it is a novice meditator or an experienced meditator, we have seen a global increase in the power during meditation. So from rest to, during meditation, you can see an increase in power. And this increase in power, so that means during meditation, there is an appropriate brain change, brain activity, brain dynamics are happening, and thus you are entering into an altered state of consciousness actually. And this again, even though there is a global increase in power, you can see that we could again dissociate that between the brain state, meditation state, as well as between the groups. That is the novice and the experienced meditators. For example, advanced meditators, we have seen both trait effect as well as state effect. Trait effect means even during, it's a permanent change that is brought by the practice, and that is enhanced theta alpha. Theta alpha is associated with emotion regulation, self-regulation, and also enhanced attention, whereas in the state effect, that is only during meditation, we see that especially advanced meditators have brought enhanced alpha as well as during anapana and vipassana, that is that cognitively intense meditative state. Whereas during metta, we have seen there is an enhanced theta. So enhanced theta is an index of meditation, and it is associated with a blissful state and mental quiescence and so on. Whereas enhanced alpha is associated with, like it is an indication of cortical gating. So when somebody is doing meditation, there is an inward attention. So it is associated with sustained inward attention as well as sensory blocking of the sensory processing. So the whole cortical activities are associated exclusively with the meditation practice. And also we have had a small collaboration with Srivas Chennu, and we have also looked at the connectivity analysis, and we have observed that these advanced meditation practitioners have got, this is with regard to alpha power, we can see that enhanced connectivity during that meditation phase. And also I just, whereas novice, you see that novice that is less than 1,000 hours of meditation, that is almost less than 1 year of meditation experience, even though they were also into meditation state, and they could also bring a global increase in increase in power. The power changes are different from that of advanced meditators. Novice meditators have shown there is an enhanced delta as well as gamma activity. So this delta and gamma activity are associated with enhanced mental activity, and that means these practitioners are doing meditation with an internally engaged, effortful state of consciousness. They have to be very, they have to be very conscious, and they have to be with a great effort. They are putting their, mind into meditation, whereas that is why this meditation state is associated with enhanced delta and gamma, whereas in the advanced meditators, they can just directly enter into theta alpha or theta or alpha, and that is an indication of effortless way of doing meditation. The same practitioners, we have also studied their cognitive performance, especially the P3EEG. P3EEG is nothing but an index of neurophysiological index of cognition. So we studied this P300 wave pattern using some appropriate technique like oddball paradigm, and we look at the amplitude of the wave. And when the amplitude of the wave, so the attention is directly correlated with the amplitude of the P300 wave. And here also we have observed a very nice EEG dynamics. Like you can see that the advanced meditators, especially not the first column, the second and third column, you can see that there is desynchrony of alpha as well as reduction of theta. Whereas the first extreme left, you can see there is an enhancement of theta as well as alpha. There is not much alpha desynchrony. So again, you can see these distinctions. They are able to perform the task well, but with a different, recruitment of these EEG dynamics. So this also we considered that this is also advanced meditators. You can see this alpha desynchrony as well as reduced theta. So that means they are able to perform very effortlessly, whereas the novice practitioners, they perform well, but with a lot of effort, mental effort. We have extensively studied the sleep organization among these practitioners, and this is the hypnogram, and this hypnogram tells you all about how meditation, helps in establishing a proper sleep organization. We have observed there is enhanced slow wave sleep state, deep sleep state. as well as enhanced REM sleep state. That black bars indicate REM sleep. The lower 3, 4, like the first column you can see. So these are indications of enhanced slow wave sleep state, that is deep sleep state. So meditators have shown enhanced deep sleep state, enhanced REM sleep state, as well as we have also looked at the age-associated changes in meditation practitioners. And we see that in terms of the amount of wakefulness, total duration of sleep, as well as sleep efficiency. And we saw that, like, as you all know, that during aging, you can see, the sleep quality decreases, the sleep duration reduces, as well as the sleep efficiency index come down. This is because the whole sleep hypnogram will be interrupted by intermittent awakenings, fragmentation of REM sleep, and so on, you can see. Whereas in the case of meditators, we didn't see much. The sleep duration across, you can see here from 30 to almost 60 years, almost same, the top panel. And here, there is reduction of intermittent awakening, as well as sleep efficiency index remain almost more than 80%. So these are the changes what we have observed in terms of sleep. And as meditation enhances mind-body harmony, we didn't want to stop our studies exclusively with only with changing, looking at the sleep pattern as well as the brain states during meditation. We have also looked at the parasympathetic, how meditation modulate the autonomic functions during sleep. We have observed that there is a persistent increase in parasympathetic activity across sleep states. So you know that parasympathetic activity is an index of deep relaxation. And especially this during REM sleep, that is very important. So during REM sleep, usually it is a sympathetic surge you can see in normal non-meditating individuals, whereas in the case of meditation, especially the slow wave, the senior practitioners, you can see a very persistent increase in parasympathetic activity along with the sympathetic activity. And so that the sympathovagal, it can take care of the sympathovagal balance, and that can establish a proper sleep quality as well as cardiac protection. Otherwise, you can see that it can be challenging for the cardiac functions also if there is a sympathetic surge. So here, it takes care of that sympathetic surge. It just mitigates the sympathetic surge, and you can see a perfect sympathovagal balance just by increasing the parasympathetic activity. So these are all examples of how visceral integration is taking place during meditation. And also we have observed a beautiful correlation between various hormone levels with that of the deep sleep, like DHEA, melatonin. Melatonin, at least probably you may be knowing that melatonin is very important for sleep initiation as well as maintenance. It is not only that, there are many hormones, but these are the two hormones we have studied. And it enhances various sleep-inducing mechanisms and thus enhances the sleep efficiency. And in addition, these hormones are also very important. They reduce anxiety. They have got a very significant anxiolytic properties, and accordingly it improves coping skills, enhance positive mood, and enhance overall quality of life. So you see that in total, comprehensively, you can see that whole effect can be seen throughout the body as well as the brain and mind. So when we have studied this, we have got certain ideas like how, only one meditation tradition we have studied very deeply. So we thought, what about the other meditation traditions? Because India has got many meditation traditions, and it is an opportunity for us to study these. Even though, and you can see that each tradition has its own technique they use. So Vipassana has a mindfulness technique, Brahma Kumari's eyes open contemplation, and things like that. So we thought we will study these also in detail about Vipassana meditation, Brahma Kumaris. Brahma Kumaris we have already initiated more than 5 years ago. Isha Yoga is going on now. Heartfulness meditation, we have just conducted a pilot study, and we will be taking up a very big study. Simplified Kundalini Yoga as well as with Buddhist, as Gisha was mentioning that we will be collaborating. So we will be taking up this wisdom-based Buddhist meditation technique, especially loving kindness, emptiness, compassion meditation, so that we get an idea about how these meditation techniques, various meditation techniques, bring various spiritual experiences associated with meditation. So these studies are going on. I think I don't think I will explain these now. So these studies are going on. Here I just wanted to tell you that, see, in Vipassana meditation, we saw the highly synchronized wave pattern only among the advanced meditators, whereas here you see that even among the novice, this is a record of the novice. So like it's all depends upon the kind of technique as well as the proficiency. And so to sum up, this meditation practices definitely short-term effects. You can see that it promotes relaxation, positive affect, reduces anxieties, and reduces stress, improve attention, cognition, and overall well-being. Whereas, and there are some aspects of neural plasticity you can also see. But you can see that the transformation, the individual, experience, transformation in our experience when there is, when among the long-term practitioners. So long-term practitioners, so these, the whole network property only is changing actually. So that brings enhanced resilience. The brain becomes more resilient, and there is efficient network processing, and definitely that leads to the manifestation of various virtues, I can say, like emotion regulation, self-regulation, mental equanimity, compassion, empathy, many things. Because this, some of the studies, especially Buddhist studies, have already come up with how the compassion meditation activates certain areas that maintains this compassion state and so on. So I just want to wind up that. So these are the studies we have initiated, and only up to this we have completed. So to sum up, with regard to the neuroscience of consciousness, for example, when we are like non-meditating individuals, the functional connectivity may not be too intense like meditation practitioners. So even in this normal brain activity, we have the basic consciousness of feeling, perception, and so on. And even with this ordinary brain network, you can also enter into a meta-consciousness state. Like, say, for example, the speakers yesterday have already discussed, even, see, when you are attentive to certain stimuli, you can experience, you can appreciate the content of consciousness. So that means the attention is so important that takes you to a different level of consciousness. Whereas in this case of long-term practitioners, definitely with enhanced resilience, enhanced network processing, definitely they are able to enter into this meta-consciousness state for a sustained period of time. Whereas with ordinary brain, maybe they can just experience and, for a short time and come back to the basic consciousness. So these are the understanding what we have now at present. And with this, and these studies, as well as our other collaborative studies on understanding, consciousness, disorders of consciousness from neuropsychiatric disorders, and have helped us to establish the Center for Consciousness Studies in 2020. So with the following mission and vision. So when we have organized this conference, we had various objectives in our mind. One is to have a consortium with scientists and people who are working in the area of consciousness, so that we can go ahead, we can have a lot of discussions, collaborations, and both whether it is with empirical ideas or even theoretical ideas. Ultimately, we should be able to integrate these to understand what is consciousness. So that is the idea. Thank you so much for your attention. These studies are, there are my collaborators from NIMHANS, from other institutions. Thank you so much. Yeah, sir has to leave now. Thank you so much.
So this was a brief overview of giving you the glimpse of what Center for Consciousness Studies is doing and the potential of Center for Consciousness Studies to move forward to having long-term collaboration, and we are open for any long-term collaborations with the framework of neuroscience that what we can explore. So with this few words, I'm very sure that we really enjoyed the last 2 days of conference and having a different dimensions on the concepts of understanding consciousness from the neuroscience perspective and also from the Indian philosophical perspective. But the bigger challenge will always be there. How is that some of these nuances that is been described in the philosophical perspective that we can integrate from the into the neuroscience? And probably I think in the days to come, with a lot of discussions, we can come to one consensus and move forward. So with these few words, I am very happy to that this particular the conference is coming to an end, and Dr. Radhakrishnan has accepted our invitation, and he has shared his personal experience that how mindfulness played a very, very important role. On behalf of Center for Consciousness Studies and India Foundation, we would like to give a small memento to Dr. Radhakrishnan, and I request Dr. Kom to join on the stage on the behalf of India Foundation to facilitate Dr. Radhakrishnan. I request to be on the stage, and Dr. Kom to be on the stage, please. This particular event would have not been possible but for the India Foundation. This is, and also about the FKCCI. So this gives our view that how a knowledge creating institution, when it gets collaborated with people who are into policy making and also the people who are into industry, if they all come together, what can be the output is the testimony of this particular last 3 days of event that what we are witnessing. So on the behalf of specifically the Department of Neurophysiology and the Center for Consciousness Studies, I very deeply indebted for the India Foundation for their wholehearted support in organizing and conducting this particular event. On behalf of NIMHANS, Center for Consciousness Studies and Department of Physiology, I request Dr. Bindu to give a memento to Dr. Kom, and also I request Hamza to come on the stage. Dr. Kom has been very much instrumental in bringing all of us together, and Hamza being very instrumental in coordinating. We know that she had a lot of sleepless nights in coordinating with everybody of us, and I request Madam to facilitate Hamza too. And I request Dr. Sir to please join. And I also request Anmol to come on the stage.
Give one more. I request Ravindra to give the token of appreciation to Mr. Ram Madhavji. Dr. Carpentier can accept this.
Request Hamsa to take over for her final say on the behalf of India Foundation.
Namaste and a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I was supposed to deliver the vote of thanks, but NIMHANS has overwhelmed us by thanking us before the vote of thanks. So I thank you for all that appreciation from you. We've had 3 fantastic days of exploring consciousness, and I'm sure we're all going back with many new ideas and renewed thoughts about our ideas of consciousness. It is my honor to render my vote of thanks on behalf of India Foundation. And at the outset, I thank the Honorable Minister of Ayush, Government of India, for inaugurating this conference. I thank our partners, the Federation of Karnataka Chambers of Commerce and Industry, and specifically to its President, Dr. C.A. I.S. Prasad, for their enormous contribution in organizing this event. I express our deepest gratitude to NIMHANS for providing us the venue and the NIMHANS team, faculty, students, staff headed by Dr. Bindukuti ma'am and P.N. Ravindra, who have played a huge role in making this a great success. I also thank our sponsors, the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, the Indian Council of Philosophical Research, New Delhi, Dr. Ramchandra N. Murthy Foundation for Mental Health and Neurosciences, Bengaluru, for their generous financial support. I must mention our highest appreciation to all our speakers and chairs, and a special note of appreciation to those who travel the seas to be present in person at this conference. Finally, we thank our delegates for their interest and participation. A big thank you to our event partners, vendors, print and electronic media for their enormous support and cooperation in organizing this event. Once again, thank you all for a successful conference. Namaskar and Jai Hind. This concludes the conference. We're really running late for lunch, and we can all have lunch at the dining hall and call it quits.